Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, May the 3rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know. Whoops, sorry about that, guys. I forgot to turn my mic on in the main room. I think everybody could hear me on YouTube. So, again, good morning, everyone. Thank you, William. You guys can hear me and see my screens. So, welcome to the pre market show, Friday, May the 3rd. My name is Barry Anderson. And let's see, Apple guys. So first of all, the some jobs numbers came out at 8:30, and the market is loving it. That is a big move. Look at that big green candle here on the SPY. So that is a big move for the market on those job numbers. And even before that, though, Apple released earnings after hours yesterday. Not that they were stellar, but I guess they didn't do as badly as the analysts thought. That's what I read anyway. And so big pop after hours for Apple and holding the gains. And I see that, let's see, Rosenblatt has put a 196 price target on it. Morgan Stanley has put a 216 price target on it. So that is so lots of action this morning already with Apple and the jobs number popping up the SPY. And of course, with the SPY moving, so is Bitcoin. So here's IBIT on the move also. So now there are a ton of earnings plays. I cannot get to them all, of course, but this one could get interesting. SPT could get interesting. This is an earnings play, Sprout Social, and look at this massive gap down, 28% down. Not a low float, not a high float, 48 million in the float. But this could get interesting either way. Obviously, it could have a bounce from this area or maybe a continuation down, but definitely one to watch. This one just showing up here now, guys. SGBX. Wow. SGBX just showing up here. Did not have it on my list, but you can see this just showed up. And look at this. Big pop here. Is preparing to deliver its modular unit to a prominent quick service restaurant customer in the Pacific Northwest, just down the street from me. All right, so there is there's a big pop for SGBX, low float. We have, at least our provider has 540,000 in the float. And it is not shortable, which is too bad because I'm sure I doubt if this pop is going to last. Not shortable for me. I should always point that out. Not shortable for me. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So SGBX. We have to see if this holds at all. There is some room. I mean, on the weekly chart, 642, that was last week's high approximately. I just have my doubts it's going to hold. You were right, by the way. That news happened actually yesterday regarding SGBT. I thought it was today, but it is not. That actually happened yesterday. No reaction at all, really. Minor reaction, I guess. I guess it's continuation. Morning, everybody in YouTube. Now, AEON being clobbered down here. I don't see any news on it. I can't see any news. I may have seen some news earlier, but it has disappeared now from my headline. So I'm not sure what the deal is on AEON, if they've done another financing or something. Okay, HCTI, are you still up? HCTI still has kind of holding the gains. Again, I don't see any news on it. HSDT, I don't think I saw any news on this one either. No, I don't see any news on this one either. HSDT. And let's see, Loco, El Pollo Loco. This is an earnings play coming right into the 200-day moving average. You can see that blue line in my chart. That is the 200-day moving average. So it is right into it. It is actually 904. I'm sorry, I'm completely wrong. It is popped way above the 200-day moving average. Okay, so it is way above it. And let's see, ARDX. I saw this one somewhere. There's another one right here. Yeah, ARDX is over here. And I think, yeah, this is an earnings play, up 18%. Great volume. Big float, though, 230 million in the float. But this is an earnings play. DraftKings, DKNG is an earnings play. See if I can see it anywhere here anymore. It's only up 4.8%. I see. So the lowest I've got down here is 7.7%. So, but DraftKings is an earnings play, DKNG. So on the weekly chart, the next high is 45.69. So it's getting close to that. If somehow it takes that out, 47.48, 47.80 to 48, kind of the next highs looking left on the weekly chart anyway. Well, let's take a look at Apple. I didn't actually put the, where are you? I know you were somewhere here. Maybe it's down. It's not up over 7% now. Yeah, just at 7%. There's my cutoff right down here at 7%. Yeah, so Apple had earnings, and they beat expectations. It's not like they had fabulous earnings, but they just beat the expectations. And when I say they didn't have fabulous earnings, I mean obviously Apple is still making lots and lots of money, but I guess quarter over quarter, I think there was a drop, but it wasn't as much, I guess, as was expected. And you're right, Marvin. Huge buyback. They also announced a huge stock buyback. I think the biggest in history. This one showed. Is it still up? Okay, UDMI could be interesting. There was not very much volume when I saw it. There still isn't very much volume, but look at the potential for this one. This is an earnings play, okay? And I get it. There's no volume yet, but I'm sure the volume will pick up, because if it does, the high right there is 1165. I think on those two weekly candle highs. So if we can get through that, the next high is way up here at 1474. So obviously the volume has to pick up, but it should. It is an earnings play. It's a big float though, 106 million in the float. And when I say a big float, it doesn't mean I don't want to trade a big float. It's just that, if it's the larger the float, obviously the more volume has to come in to move it. That's all. But even on that little bit of volume, it's up 16%. And I didn't mention WOW, but WOW is a potential buyout. Okay, I think at $4.80. They get a buyout proposal from Digital Bridge. Now it's a proposal; doesn't mean they're going to accept it, of course. But that is the reason why WOW is up. WOW. Oh, here's another one that's just kind of sneaking in here, guys. Yeah, 7%. So CIFR. This not an earnings play. It has earnings next week. But CIFR. And this is a Bitcoin play. Okay, that's why. This is a Bitcoin play. So the Bitcoin absolutely moved with the market. Take a look at IBIT. But Bitcoin is actually moving more than the market now. So there was that candle right there. For IBIT corresponds to this one. The SPY is kind of relaxing a bit, but Bitcoin is still moving. OTEX. OTEX is also an earnings play. OTEX is also an earnings play. It's a pretty big gap down. Look at this. Well, it's not pretty bad. It's a huge gap down, really. Look at all this on the daily chart. Ahead of earnings, boom. So down 15%. And let's see, I'm looking at Carvana. Carvana, which had a, a very interesting day, to say the least, yesterday. So popping up again, had earnings yesterday. Okay, had earnings yesterday, but this was, I'm going back to yesterday's 15-minute chart. So yeah, big pop up on earnings yesterday, got up to 122. Some analysts are putting some pretty lofty price targets on it now. Chopped around, but then at 11 o'clock, it just was in sort of a steady slide from 122 all the way down to 111, dropped $10. And then it recovered. And now it's doing this. All right, let's take a look at the sectors now and see what the major sectors are doing. And again, we're in for a big, big SPY pop this morning. All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So ETF, XLE, the major ETF for energy. So 86% in green, that means that 86% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Okay, that's what that means. Really what I'm looking at, we know that all the major sectors are up this morning. What I'm really looking for is maybe some kind of a one that's an outlier, something that's really, so for instance, they're all moving up. Is there one though that is moving down within the sector? And I can't really see that. I mean, yes, EOG, but it's only down 0.61%. So not a big deal. XLK, these are the on the ETF watch. XLK, of course, is our tech sector. SMH is semis, IBB, biotechs. So everything is up. Everything is up right now. Even where are utilities? Yeah, even utilities are up. And I say even utilities again, when the market is when people are getting a little bit scared about the market, XLU usually does fairly well. Utilities, a lot of dividend-bearing stocks in here, but even today, this is up. So there's nothing right now in jeopardy of its 200-day moving average. The only one that was even close was consumer discretionary. And just for fun, I'll put that up just to see where it is, XLY, but we had such a big move in the market yesterday. Yeah, so you can see, yeah, right there, that green candle right there, and here's our current price. But before that, you can see how, where is the SPY? I haven't really looked at the SPYs Where is that SPY moving average now? Way above it still, yeah, 468. All right, as somewhat predicted, I wish I'd had shorts for SGBX because it is now fallen from 455 back down to 386. All right, RX is also in the move here, guys. This is not an earnings play. It is not an earnings play. Okay, I'm just checking. And I don't see any specific reason for this one to be up like this, to have moved like this, other than the market. I mean, we'll see a lot of SPY candles at 8:30 that look like this on the 15-minute chart. That's when the employment numbers were, the job numbers came out. XPO, okay, XPO, probably way outside my price range, but let me take a look. 120, okay, but let's take a look at XPO. Oh, there it is right there. So XPO, wow, nice. This is an earnings play. And it is getting close to that all-time high, which is up here on the weekly chart. You can see the all-time high is probably 130.80. There's that position in lifetime range. I love that filter, telling me where is a stock with respect to its lifetime range. So you can see 95% in green. So again, if somehow we could have one candle which represented a stock's lifetime, this would be right at the top of that candle. And that's what that 95% means. Well, I'd rather be at a lifetime high than a lifetime low, I guess. Is that good? I don't know. I mean, W 6140. So W I think, had earnings yesterday. Yeah. So Wayfair had earnings yesterday through the 200-day moving average, but it actually closed down just a little bit below it. However, this morning, it has popped up a little bit above it. And with the ongoing saga now with Para, Sony, and Apollo now perhaps trying to maybe making a bid again. So that 26, so a proposal, a $26 billion Paramount offer, that probably is more than Skydance's. And I guess it's all about who's going to make the most money in terms of the shareholders. I guess from what I mean, listen, I don't know that much about it, other than it appears that this offer, the one from Apollo and Sony, would give the average shareholder a better deal than the Skydance one. Okay, thank you, William. All right, guys. Say 9:20. Just looking to see if anything else is sneaking in here. I see Tandem. Somebody mentioned Tandem, TNDM. Tandem is an earnings play. And it's a nice big gap up. You can see that it released earnings after hours yesterday. TNDM released earnings after hours. That's at Mauve area on my 15-minute chart, and it's holding those gains, Morning, Great Scott and Corvette and Irene and Daniel and Torty in our YouTube room. I'm sure there are others, but those are the ones who have actually posted something. So SPY is still holding after those job numbers came out, 8:30. Yeah, Riven, RAVN is a little bit of a move here, trading higher after the company appointed Javier Varela as the chief operations officer. I don't know who he is, but maybe he's got some sway in the industry. Again, there are a ton of earnings plays, guys. Look at my earnings. This will be, I don't think I'll be able to, I could stretch it even further. You won't see all, these are all the earnings plays. Okay. And then next week, even more. We had over 1,000 this week. I think we have 1,200 next week. All right, let's see if there's anything else that is popping into. Well, first of all, up here, I don't see anything that I haven't mentioned. I mean, there's some down here, of course, but and on the downside, I know this Marin is an earnings play. It's pretty cheap though, MRIN. This is an earnings play. Expedia. I know Expedia had earnings after hours yesterday, and I think the initial reaction was, yeah, there was an initial pop for Expedia, EXPE, and but then the drop. So Expedia is down 8.5% right now, but it is coming back. Actually, there's a red bar ignored in the pre-market. You can see we have an uptrend. If you can see my 15-minute chart, you can see we've got 3 candles up. Then we have that red candle at 9 o'clock, totally engulfed by the previous green candle. Next candle is green. And so you look at this. This is what we call a red bar ignored. Yeah, I have it in the compare count version, Ovi. But I can, let's see, let me just see. I'm sure I've got it here somewhere. Well, I know I haven't. I'm sure I've saved it. So it's called docked earnings layout. Here we go. That must be the last one. So yeah, I can share this. So that's the docked earnings layout. I have it, if you go to my homepage, I have it as a compare count. It's just a different way of looking at the data. And the way, what I do is why I've got them earnings plays down and earnings plays up. They're all the same. I mean, they're no different filters, but I like to sort on it'll be more evident once the market opens. I like to sort on the position in the day's range. Okay. So I want to see the ones that are up near the high of the day versus the ones that are down near the low of the day. Okay. And so instead of my having to do this, scroll, to see SPT, that's what I do. I basically just duplicate this one and then just sort it in the different order. So at a glance, I can see the ones that are right at the high of the day versus the ones that are right at the low of the day. That's why you don't have to do the same, of course, but that's just the way I like to see it. And this is the only one that I'll keep probably with this display as opposed to displaying it as a in tree mat form. Now, time to get my layout out that I use when the market opens. So close all the unpinned. And you know what, guys? Keep an eye on ENVX still, okay? Now I'm going to attempt to do this. Okay. Keep an eye on the ENVX also today. This was a wonderful one from yesterday, and it got close to breaking out over that 982 level. But is that right? It's at that right now. This was, of course, an AI alert from yesterday. And what you see here, this relative strength leaders from the close percent, this looks off. This looks basically the same as the pre-market actives up. There might be the odd one that is not from the pre-market actives up, because the pre-market actives up, I only have a 20,000 minimum, 20,000 share minimum. This one is 200,000 shares, but most of the ones in the pre-market actives up that we see that are up a lot have to, more than likely have more than 200,000 shares anyway. But anyway, that's what the big difference would be. And there's Apple right here. Apple continues to hold. Remember, you said might jump in at Bell. Don't understand what you mean there, Isaiah. I don't trade. I usually wait at least 15 minutes before I make trades. Thank you, William. So less than a minute, guys. Well, in fact, less than 10 seconds to the open. So yeah, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. So let's have a great end to this trading week. And yeah, look at this. Nice little. Oh, you mean yesterday? Yeah. Depending on, you're talking about the earn. I see what you're talking about. Yeah, the earnings gap downs, the 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, give me a moment, guys. Give me one moment, guys. So this one, okay, this did show up on the 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, give me one moment, please, guys. I've got to change this. Okay, do not use text to voice. Something that is very rapid. The okay. So this, if FTNT had not done this at 9:15, this little run up, I may have taken it. Okay, but because it did this little run up ahead of the market opening, yes, it's still down for the day. Yes, I'm getting this on the 10-day daily breakdown. But had it just been here, okay, and then moved down from here, but it was this pop that certainly kept me out. If that makes sense. So I'm just waiting on another one. Let's see. Net showed up 77.79. So unit is showing up, but again, it's a little cheap for me. Plus, I see that there's some there could be some support not that far away from 5. So I have to see about net here, 77. Now, here is the 200-day moving average. So that stops me right there. Okay. There's the 200-day moving average is not that far away. It was 77.11, 77.06. So it's to me, that's too close on a percentage basis. So now it may power right through this. The ones I saw yesterday had lots and lots of room to move down. I mean, it might go right through that 200-day. And yeah, look at that. What's the spread on that? Yeah, even the spread was okay. Yeah, I could have taken net, but the 200-day moving average I looked at as a potential support area, and not this time. Yep. All right, now SBT showed up. Okay, now it did have a little run. Here's the difference. Okay, net had a little pop too. Okay, well, SBT showed up 33.51. Okay, it's at 33.90 now. So maybe if I stick an alert right around here, 33.38, and see if it takes that out later. I'm seeing the high fly. Well, there's the SGBX. SGBX is back up, guys. SGBX is back up. It pulled back quite a bit. What was the high? Was 454. Pulled back down to 360. And this one got halted on the way down, I guess. AEON got halted on the. Oh, sorry, got halted on the way up. But this is not the typical one that I would take on that kind of special circumstances in which I will take a halt or halted stock. Is there a change log? Are you talking about when there's an update? If you click on account, I think, and then or help, you're wondering if there's in tools. Tools, if you go click on tools, options, An upgrade, okay? That'll tell you if there's an upgrade available, if that's what you're talking about. Yeah, whiskey in our YouTube room. So tools, options, upgrades. So I see a couple of the high flyers, HCTI and HSDT, both giving it up. Okay, both giving it up. SGBX, surprised it did not get halted on that move. So this is like, I think this is just a rehash. I think this is just a rehash of yesterday's news for this one, SGBX. Oh, you're talking about the release notes. Oh, I'm sorry. I see what you mean now. Yeah, if you go to our homepage, ENVX guys, on the download page. ENVX guys, now it is through. Where is it? Is it here anywhere? ENVX. I'm just trying to see if ENVX is here anywhere. It must not be up at least 9% right now. ENVX. Yeah, that's why 6%. Not bad. Not that that's bad, but look at this now, guys. So the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 1022. If it can somehow take that out, your next high is 1245. Yeah. So if you're looking for release notes, yeah, don't get that question that often, but if you are looking for the release notes and the latest builds and all that, so I'm just going to click on my homepage, click on my homepage link. And if you click on download, um, right underneath, it says release notes. Okay. Wow. So SGBX next high, guys, looking left is 633 on the weekly on the daily chart. Not shortable for me, as I mentioned, I think earlier. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Well, guys, net definitely was the one. Gosh, that 200-day moving average didn't stall it at all. What time is it now? 9:39. Good. No alerts yet for the AI. Okay, nothing happens until at least 9:40. At least 9:40 doesn't mean we'll get an alert at 9:40, but nothing will happen here until at least 9:40. And again, if you have the AI, all I would do is this: click on New, and then Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. That's all you need to see. Okay, all day long, and make sure that in this filter section it says None. Okay, uncheck anything. Okay, like I think the default is profitable trades. Forget it. Just uncheck it. Okay, and have none, and then you can follow the trades all day long, the alerts all day long. Meanwhile, SGBX is one big wow. Oh man. Well, I'm not going to say that I outsmarted myself on the net. Okay, I have to stick to what I think can happen. And a lot of times that 200-day moving average will act as support. Obviously, not in this case. It just blew right through it. Didn't matter at all. Now, I have no idea how easy it would have been to get this OMI at 2084. Probably would not have been easy. This is an AI alert as a potential short. Well, not to be confused, legal, with wow. Okay, here's wow here, right? So again, this is a potential buyout, not the SG. Wow. Well, there's a wow. That is a wow. Not wow, WOW, the stock. But okay, now you're looking at the next high looking left, 633 on the weekly chart, and it's the same as on the daily chart, 633. So let's see if this has any sort of pullback in it. I mean, to any like the 200-day, wow, the VWAP is at 460. That would be a pretty big pullback. So here's another one, guys. So OMI is right underneath that 200-day moving average. OMI right underneath the 200-day moving average. Okay. And it's an earnings play. The next low looking left on the weekly chart is 1897. So it has $1 to go to that. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but that is the next low looking left on the weekly chart. Remax. This is an earnings play, guys. Remax is an earnings play, but looks to me anyway, coming into a lot of resistance. Shady FSLY. This was an earnings play yesterday, I believe. It was an all-time low at one point. FSLY, Fastly. So he is taking this at 869 if it gets there. I'm not sure it got there. With a stop at 858. Pretty tight stop on that one if he takes it. So El Pollo Loco, it's fun to say that. Loco is moving down now. Okay, it's an earnings play. Okay, so we're getting some of the gap up and goes, some of the Bitcoin plays, Mara, CLSK. I'm sure Riot is doing the same thing. So some of the Bitcoin crypto stocks are moving. Market is holding, guys. I thought maybe that. See what happened here. Look at that candle. The opening 9:30 candle. It was red all the way down there, but the buyer stepped in and closed it here, and the buyers are still, as we speak, in control. So yeah, what else is happening economic wise? Just give me a moment. Yeah, so 9:45 is the composite, PMI composite, so that happened already. And then at 10 o'clock, we have the ISM service index. I don't know how much that affects the market, but that's about it. After, no more, there are no bonds. So you would think that bounce plays, if the market continues a little bit like this, you would think that bounce plays would be in vogue today. Okay. Something has been beaten up a little bit and now coming because the market will help as we speak. I mean, the market can cause reverse just like that, but as we speak, bounce plays probably are the way to go right now. Okay, so Shady must be in this one now, FSLY. And speaking of bounce plays, here obviously is can be one. So Wolf is a gap up and go, guys. A gap up and it's moving higher. A gap up and go. The next high had earnings. I think was it yesterday? May 1st post market. So yeah, the reaction was yesterday. So the next high is 27.70. All right, guys. AXTI, very interesting. This is an earnings play. Very interesting because look at the room it's got. $5. That is the, I'm sorry. Yeah. No, I'm sorry. I guess this one is right here. That's the next high looking left, 520, 427. If I can get through that though, $5 is the next high looking left. AXTI, you see it right there. Iova is a gap up and go, guys, but it is coming into potential resistance around 1390. And Morgan Stanley maintaining a coverage of Fastly, FSLY. That might help you somewhat. Shady and anybody else is in it with a price target of 12. Nobody's saying it's getting to 12 anytime, but it doesn't hurt when one of the big guys steps in and says, hey, this is what we think might happen. Okay, guys, I'm in the AXTI, okay? I like the way it's been holding over 4. Again, not a recommendation to do the same thing, but I am in it. It's an earnings play. Whoa. No, that was a drop. That was a rug pull, guys. Let me see what I can do here. I've already, luckily, man, that's why you got to watch these things so carefully. I didn't think the float was that was not so crazy. All right. Well, took a loss on that one. Not horrible, but certainly more than I wanted. I'll take a look at it again. Over 4. It looks like it's trying to come back. I mean, I still like it because of the room it's got, but well, what did it get to? I mean, this is 423. I guess I should have waited for the 420, this area to break. Well, luckily I was watching it, Denver, just after I saw it starting to like move very quickly down to the 4 level. I got out some, and then I got out most just under around the high 380s. Meanwhile, okay, well, move on. Now, I saw SPT. SPT, you know what? Now I'm ticked off. Now I'm ticked off. The reason I'm ticked off is that while I was scrambling on that other one, the SPT triggered for me. Okay, 33.51, and now it's at 32.10, and it triggered for me, but I couldn't get it. Ah. Oh well. No, there will be other ones. Ooh, 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 ooh. Just give me a moment, guys. All right, now I'm going to watch this one and see if it takes out 32 again. I'm talking about the SPI or SPT, sorry, earnings play. All right, AXTI coming back up a little bit here. but I'm going to wait for at least a 420. Okay, so AXTI now coming back up, but I have to wait. There's the, I mean, 428. I know I'm giving up a bunch, but that's where it kind of stalled. So I'm going to create an alert around 424 to see if it gets up there. Number one, because if it can do it, it's got room to 5. All right, spit is back down. SPT. That's what I'm calling it. Spit. All right. Let's see if it says any sort of room to move down now. I'm in it again. Not again. I'm in it for the first time. I wish I could say again, but just got to watch it a bit here. See if I can. I'm not on mute. I'm just. I have to watch this one. Okay. I want the ask to catch up to the bid. Kind of like that. Hmm. All right, Frankie, in our YouTube room, do I use only TI for daily news events or sites like trading it? So are you talking about, if you're talking about news, okay, so if you're talking about news, the only way I use Trade Ideas News is to see what happened in previous days, not so much for what's happening today. Okay, for that I'm using my Interactive Brokers headline. Okay. Well, when you say major announcements, I mean major announcements typically are going to be here in my Interactive Brokers headline. Depends what you mean by a major announcement. Look at the SPY, guys. Speaking about, so 10 o'clock. So that number, whatever you guys were talking about, the PMI composite number, so the market like that. The news we have here in the pre-market, more than likely, I mean, if there's some major, well, for instance, if it's an earnings play, come on, break 31. If it's an earnings play, I'm sure you'll see it here. Okay, vindication. Vindication, guys, for me anyway. Took some out, covered some of the SPT on the 31 level. Maybe I spaketh too soon here on the reaction to the PMI number, whatever the number was. No, I see. So that 49.4 is not good. Okay, 50 is. Yeah, I don't follow that at all. Right. Well, so this is why, a little bit ticked off because, we had the alert at 33.51. It is at 30.59 now. That's a $3 drop now, guys. 10% basically for the SPT. And because I had to scramble on the AXTI, I didn't get it where I wanted it earlier, but perseverance. Now, I better look left on the monthly chart. Where could it keep going? This is not, just looking at the lifetime range. So it's at the low of the lifetime range. Wow, this is big drop now, guys. Big drop for SPT. I mean, wow, it even took out 30 now in a big way. Okay, boys, as I used to say, or people, guys, I'm shutting down. Might as well go back to bed. I cannot do better than this one. No, I'm kidding. I'm sort of kidding. I mean, but in all seriousness, if I were not doing this, I would probably, I'd probably take off for a while. Well, let's see if there's another one on the horizon. IR. So the alert was at 87.21. So we're at 87.72 now. I did not take the unit, a little too cheap for me. Okay, the unit, it's showing up here. This is what I'm talking about. By the what time is it now? 10:04. So I will be sharing all my scans. Okay, these are the scans I'm talking about, though. There's the 10-day daily breakdown. Interestingly, this was pretty full yesterday by this time. Only have these ones right now, and on the breakout, not that many either. And also, guys, in the combo scan right there, SPT. So in the combo scan, which is a combination of an abnormal option activity plus a 10-day daily breakdown, had an alert at 31.85 also. So lots of confirmation about that one. Now on the breakout, ALHC, let's take a look at ALHC. Okay, so this is an earnings play. It is an earnings play. On the monthly chart, it's got room, of course. Let me take a look at a weekly chart, though. So on the weekly chart, doesn't look as good, does it? Because the next high looking left is not that far away. So consequently, I don't take the trade. So the question in our YouTube room from Andre, where did I see as SPT first? First time I saw it was right here at 9:34 and my 10-day daily break down 33.51. Okay, that's the first time I saw it. And unfortunately, I didn't get it. Now, what happened is when I saw it, you notice what happened. There's where I saw it, but it actually moved a little bit above. And so what I did was I put an alert. I put an alert back at the price because when I got the alert, it moved a little bit above. It triggered, but I was in that AXTI. And so when I say it triggered, I had the price alert. Otherwise, I would have got it way up here in this area. Still did okay. I mean, I got it, 3180 is where I actually got it. And you can see right here as a confirmation, 3185, and the combo scan. But that's the first place where I saw it in my 10-day daily breakdown. And I'm sharing it. Well, I don't know if I want to take it right there. Just my price alerts just alert me. Okay, you're back there now. Do I want to take the trade? Not necessarily do I want to take the trade, but I want to know about it and see what sort of the pattern is. No, I just wanted to know about it. I wanted to see if it got back down to the alert price. Okay, guys. So this candle is still, what time is it now? 10:08. So it still has 7 minutes to close. 6 minutes now. 6 minutes to close. Let's see if this continues down or there's any sort of recovery in that candle. Doesn't look good right now. So that was a good one from the AI. Also, the OMI. I did not take this one. 2084 on the alert, 1933 now. It's a short. It was a short alert. Okay. Didn't take it because I was wrapped up on other stuff, but definitely a nice one. Before, in fact, I think it got down to $19 or so before it pulled up a bit. Well, I don't know. I'm out most. I mean, the minute it got down through 30, and my whole thing about taking profit and all is that whole number. Okay. So it got down to 29.67. And then as it started moving back up to 30, remember, I got rid of some earlier, covered most as it was like inching its way up 30. I have a little bit left just in case, but I can't recommend getting into it now. I mean, it might move down, but now remember, if you were here yesterday, this combo scan was full by now. So certainly it's a different day. I don't mean the fact that the market's down. Well, it's not down, but it's a different day. I mean, the market is still way up, guys, way up. That was up 400. Nas is up 270. Yes, it's falling right now, that candle, but market is still way up. But in this combo scan, this was jammed yesterday. So waiting to see if SPT can take out 30 in a bigger way. I don't have very much left though, but I have enough left that if it really takes out 30, gets down to 29, that'll still be okay. Aha. Okay, guys. Now, IR. Come on, get my. Where could it go now? Next low is 86.41. Okay, I'm wanting to see if it has an 87 break. This is an earnings play. Market moving down probably will help. I'm waiting on an 87 break though. See if that happens, number one. Okay, guys. Well, it's at the well, it almost got there. Let me put it in again. See if it can take out 87 again and then move down from there. Does have a little bit of support here, perhaps at 86.59. If it can get through that, though, 83. I mean, that's what I'm really looking at. And this is an earnings play. And the market certainly doing this can't hurt a short like that. Wow, the OMI on the AI now showing up on a gap down and go also. OMI, talking about the OMI. Just waiting on this IR to see if it can take out 87 in a big way. Well, man, even the unit, I don't know if unit was shortable for me, but boy, that was even a nice one. It's a cheaper one. I typically don't like the cheap short stocks under 10, but I mean, we had the alert at 524, 486 now. SPT still hanging around 30. IR hanging around 87. Come on, break it. Boy, look at this unit. I have to see if this was shortable for me. And the answer is yeah, lots and lots and lots of shares available. Well, at Interactive Brokers anyway, 4 million. No, it was 2 million or so available. Come on, it's my that's why. Yeah, 3.35 million were available at Interactive Brokers on a unit short. I did not take it. HSDT is showing up also on the 10-day daily breakdown now, but it is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. This is what I'm talking about, okay? When I talk about our shorts available and things like that. So for instance, on the IR, Interactive Brokers is telling me there are 4 million shares available. Give me one moment, guys. Be right back. Okay. I'm in. Let's see if it has any. Sorry. I'm in now on the IR. Let's see if it has any sort of big move down. 8650 is could be an area where it could stall. Could stall. And the reason I say that is because you look left. Just a minute. Let me get the chart up. So right there, you can see it could stall right there, 8660. If it can take out that 8660, got a lot of room underneath. Again, this is not a recommendation to do what I'm doing. SGBX, guys, is now trying to come back somewhat. SGBX is trying to come back. Okay, there I got my alert for IR at 8654 now. But anyway, this is trying to come back. You know what? It got down to the VWAP. 506 is the VWAP, and it bounced from there so far, SGBX. But I got to tell you guys, I'm more interested in the earnings plays. I mean, these are a lot of, can be fun. Obviously, they give you the big percentage moves, but right now, I'm sort of more concentrating on the earnings plays. They're a little less hectic. Well, I don't want to see it get to 87. So I'm in, I'm just underneath 87. So I'm looking good right now. But I'm going, let's see. I've taken some off now. Again, please, you have to have a plan, right? I'm not talking to you specifically, eyes. You have to have a plan. You get into a trade, you have to have a plan of where you're going to take some profit. If you're going to take profit, obviously you should take some profit at some point. Where's your stop? All of that. I have a sort of I sort of feel my way around some of these things. Wow, look at the SGBX. Well, you want excitement? There's your SGBX, guys, taking out that high now. And the next high in the weekly chart is 980. All right, guys. So it's 10:23 right now. So what I'm going to do is go over the information you can find on my homepage. I'm totally out now of the SPT. Looks like it's not going to take out 30 anytime soon. So I'm totally out of the SPT. I'm waiting on the IR, see if it can take out 86. And now I can talk a little bit about my homepage and information you will find there. Okay, so on my homepage, when we go to my website, okay, on my homepage, here is a promo code you can use to take out a subscription. Barry 15, that'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. All right. All I ask is this: if at some point in time, now these codes do change, but at some point in time, you want to take out a subscription, please use the promo code that you see on my homepage. The reason being, this is a free room, and the way we keep it free, every time a person takes out a subscription using my code, the room gets credit for it. Okay. So the company looks at that and says, okay, yeah, we can keep it free. It's that simple. So at some point in the future, today, tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, just use my promo code and that'll really help to keep this room free. Okay. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. This will run you through your download and install, first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows, alert windows, okay? 10 short videos. New to trading, no problem. Trading 101 is for you. We have a series of videos, all free, okay? All free. I think there are about 38 videos. I do a stock of the day video right here. You can sign up for it, free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday morning. This week's trade of the week did not trigger And what I mean by that, when you get the email, you'll see there's a suggested entry and never got there. So it's a non-event, not a bad trade of the week. It's just sort of a non-event. Meanwhile, net is making another new low, guys, NET. Big education section is, oh, if you do sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder, okay? Education section is here. This is our user guide. We have a great user guide. A lot of questions can be answered in this user guide. Okay, now again, if you're looking at this for the first time, again, don't get hung up on how much there is in a user guide, in this user guide. It's like any other software program. It's a big user guide, but you don't have to learn everything. What I would do is, again, getting started for sure. More detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, the T window, if you want to find out about stock racing right here, and price alerts. I use price alerts all the time. Okay, but there's a lot more information. You want to know how to put a sound alert on an alert window so that when you hear a sound, you put a different sound on your different alert windows. So when you hear that's a sound, you know which window to look at. You want to create a watch list. We also call it a symbol list. It's right here. Okay, so a lot of information in the guide. Getting started series, hammering the point home. You must do it. Support session. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Friday, so it should be Andy. I'll confirm that though before I take my break. I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Andy, but I will confirm that before I take my break. And last, if you're looking for my scans, okay, looking for my scans, click here. So you hear me talk, well, there's the combo scan, it's only given one today. Interesting, but great one, SPT 3185, okay. That is the combo scan. You hear me talking about, I really love the breakdown, the 10-day daily breakdown. 10-day breakout can be good also, but I seem to concentrate more on the breakdowns, especially during earnings season, okay? But I have a lot of other scans that I am sharing. Here's what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down, okay? So a lot of scans that I'm sharing, and you can take a look at, have any questions about them, you can always ask, of course. So when you say in our YouTube room, can I run local? You mean, can I put it up on a chart? I know local was an earnings play. Big pop in the, when the market opened, looked like it was a decent looking earnings play, but it is still up 16%, but fading. So not sure what else I can say about it. Well, I mean, I suppose it does have room if it wants to run up again, but there's the high of the day, 12. Nobody's saying it's going to get there though. So it does have room if it wants to run up again, sure. But that's a pretty big pullback, from that high. All right, guys. So let me talk a little bit about what Intraday is. Okay, we are a scanner, and there's a big difference between a screener and a scanner. A lot of screening programs out there that purport themselves to be a scanner. We don't have to. We are absolutely a real-time scanner. So what do I mean by that? If I click this in an alert window, if I right-click and click on configure and click on summary. So this is the screening aspect. Of course, we can screen for stocks also. This is the screening aspect of this particular scan. So if the stock is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least 3. That means it's got to be trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day, 10:31 Eastern AM. Okay, this is time of day sensitive. This is why I call a momentum scan. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal, etc. If all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's the last one, and it was pretty recently, 20 seconds ago. GGB and there you go. AGRO just met all these filter requirements and made a new high of the day. Okay, these are all real-time alerts. So if you want this scan, you can have it, of course. But if you want to make any changes, of course you can. You might not like the price range. Maybe you want a different price range. Maybe you have another filter that you want to add, or maybe you want to take one of these out. That's fine, But this is what I'm looking at. This is what I like to see. But again, it doesn't have to be what you want to see. If you want to make your own alerts or top list windows, of course you can. In this case, if I'm going to click on search, these are all of the real-time alerts that we have. Right at the very top, of course, the two most popular, the new high of the day and new low of the day, but we have a lot of other ones. And if I keep scrolling down, these are all the filters that we have. So I know I have to say this every day. We always have new people. If you're seeing this for the first time, don't get scared and think, oh my gosh, what? I cannot possibly learn this program. How am I going to learn all these alerts and filters? Well, the good news is you don't have to. The only reason we have so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So obviously they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and filters to satisfy all the different trading styles that are out there. For me personally, I only use the new high and the new low. And that's not because these other ones are not good. It just means that for my trading style, all I care about is the new high and the new low of the day. That doesn't have to be your trading style. And I also only have a handful of the filters that I use. Mainly just the price, minimum volume, the current volume, that relative volume, things like that. I have a very simple trading style. But we recognize there are a lot of different trading styles out there. So again, if you're new, don't get hung up on all this. And of course, I'm sharing a lot of scans. If you don't want to build your own scan from scratch, you can take a look at the ones that I've got. Maybe there's something that appeals to you, and then you can always modify it. And we also have a lot of scans here. If I click on New from our toolbar and click on Dock Channel Bar, these are all theme-based channels. Okay, these are all theme-based channels. So you can take a look at these too. Okay. All right. So our question, Andre, is there a way to replay the scan from yesterday? Meaning if I want to test if a certain stock hit the scan yesterday. So you can do a history. Okay. You can do a history of the scan. So if I right click on this, this is going to be a lot of alerts here. By the way, somebody mentioned MI earlier, and it didn't have that much volume, but nice move now, MI. When I say earlier, sometime was that you, Isaiah, in the pre-market? Somebody mentioned MI, and that was in the pre-market, and this is a nice little move now. And wow, there we go. IR, back down to 86. So you can do a history of your scan. Okay, if you right click, history and yesterday. Okay, and you can see all the symbols that came through your scan yesterday. Well, that's going to be hard if you can't remember what scan. You want to say SGBX. You say it hit yesterday. That's impossible for me to know. What scan it would have hit for you yesterday. But if I look at SGBX from yesterday, now you say that it hit at 9 a.m. yesterday. SGBX. Well, let me see something here. SGBX. Let me see. I'll go to my daily chart or my 15-minute chart. So this is yesterday. So you would have seen this certainly in the pre-market. Oh, I see. Well, yeah, because look, SGBX certainly would have showed up in the pre-market actives yesterday also. That tan area right here. I mean, this at one point, I do remember this now. I mean, and it pulled all the way back down. It got up to 457 and it pulled back down. So you would have seen this in the, in the pre-market actives yesterday. You would have seen this in a window like looks just like this, the pre-market actives. Meanwhile, today though, it's having the day that I think we might have thought it was going to have yesterday. Instead, I mean, yesterday's new. I'm sorry. Yes, right here. Yesterday's news is basically the same news as today. Well, it was definitely on mine now, Andre. It was on my pre-market actives yesterday for sure. So I don't know which one you're using. You can use mine. It was definitely on mine because I remember seeing it. I remember seeing that huge pop up, and then it just dropped. So I don't know which pre-market actives. Wow, look at it now. So I don't know which pre-market actives if you're looking at the channel bar. Oh, today. Well, let's see if it would have been there. Yeah, it would have been for sure. I definitely saw it because look what happened at 9 o'clock. Okay, this is today now. 9 o'clock went from 270 up to 4. It was, unless the volume was so under 20,000, which I'm I can't believe it would have been. But we definitely saw it. No, definitely, Andre. I remember now because it came in at 9 o'clock on this right here. Because remember, I opened the room at 9, and then all of a sudden this showed up, and you can see exactly what happened right at 9 o'clock. So it definitely, if you had my relative strength or the pre-market actives up, it definitely was there. Now I can't. Now, if you're using my pre-market actives up, it was there. If you're using something else, I don't know. Oh, okay. Now, oh man, have I missed this one? 50. Shoot. Here's another great one, guys, from the 10-day daily breakdown. Bill. Right there. 59.03, 58 now. Almost a dollar move. I thought what time did you, I thought you asked a question. Let me see. I'm just checking in our YouTube room. So I guess you weren't here at 9 o'clock, Andre, because there's no question that SGBX, it was the top one in the pre-market actives up that I was displaying when I got on the mic. Yeah, me too. Now, how about this Nuvo? I did see Nuvo. Okay, so this got halted on the way down. I did see it in the pre-market and actually, like maybe gonna go crazy, but nope. Wow, fast morning. My guys. Wow. Okay, keep an eye on this one now because the high 580 is getting closer and closer. The next high is 763 if it can get through that, and not a lot of volume. This is it's on Amex, I think. Not a lot of volume. 48 times normal, but you can see that it doesn't trade very much because if 154,000 trades represents 48 times normal, this obviously doesn't trade very much usually. Good spread too. 590, like a 1 cent spread. This is again, this window was from Interactor Brokers, time and sales from Interactor Brokers. This is MI. There's the spread. I mean, it's a great, and it just got halted. Ha! I'm just going to say, I was just going to say, it's very interesting that it's not moving the 591, 592. It could get halted, and there you go. It just got halted. And you're right. I mean, the math is not kicked in, obviously, to halt SGBX. It just looks like it should have got halted, such a fast move in a short period of time. It's just math, but it obviously is not, it didn't satisfy the criteria. Okay, so let's take a look at what the market's trying to do here. So we had that giant red bar. That was, I guess, the number, the PMI composite. So the market initially said okay, but then said nope, and then started moving down. But look at this, guys. I mean, look at these top bottoming tails. Okay, again, what does it mean? At one point the price was down here. That 10-15 candle, the price was down here, but the buyers closed it up here. The sellers tried again to knock it right down to that level. It got to that level, but the buyers, as we speak, now this, as we speak, are in control. That now this candle is just beginning. It's 10:45 now, so that's the close of that 10:30 candle. So right now, the buyers are still somewhat in control. And if I actually don't have a bad singing voice, but I won't do it. But Pepe, what a difference a day makes. All right. Well, this one has just got halted, guys. BENF. I was going to try to pronounce it. Beneficent. Beneficent just got halted. BENF just got halted. Very low float. 1.1 million in the float. And let's see where it could open. So, and it's got some room on the daily chart, 330. So this is how I could play this if it works out the way I hope it would. So it's halted at 262. This column over here is telling you where it could open. Okay, these halts are typically 5 minutes long, and you can see this number changes. It doesn't have to be where it's going to open. So what could happen for me to take this trade? There's a halt at 262. Maybe it pops up, when it resumes, and then it moves down below 262. I don't mean like down to 2 or anything, but maybe, I don't know, 250 or something, and then it comes back up through 262, the halt price. That is sometimes where I'll take the trade. I'm not recommending to do the same thing. I'm just telling you what I see. Oh my goodness. What a drop now for that Singaporean stock. Okay, so Mohammed in our YouTube room, yeah, so Bill is not showing up because, well, it might show up now. I'm surprised it didn't show up though, because I think yours might have maximum of 60. So when you load that, so here's how you can change it. Okay, I'm talking about the price. Now, I have changed my price range now up to, I think, 100. Okay, 100 in these scans. Okay, and I think when I put this in on my home page for you guys, I believe it might have been 60. All you have to do is right click on it, configure, and click on the summary and see what it says. And if you want to change it, then you click on that icon and you can change the max if you want. You don't have to, but that's why Bill is showing up for me and maybe not for you. And it's the same thing in the combo scan. Okay. I upped it to 100 in the combo scan also. Okay, so boy, that's a long time ago. So if you want to change it, yeah, to 35. Wow, that's a long time ago. So you can change it to 100 or whatever number you want. You don't have to, but if you want to see, I mean, look at this bill now. Awesome. 5903. I'm not in it, but awesome. This used to be my absolute favorite scan, guys, before anything else, the breakdowns, especially during earnings season. Get a lot of stocks is breaking down. 2 is my minimum price. But to be honest, should probably raise it. There's no way I'm going to short a stock at $2. But meanwhile, SGBX is just the unstoppable right here now. 980, guys. 980 is your next high looking left on the weekly chart. So when did they do the reverse split, SGBX? Was it yesterday? Somebody said they did a reverse split. I'm looking here. Usually, this is where I use our news because it usually can it tells me, it can go back in time a bit. It was on the second. Thanks. Okay. Interesting. All right. So BENF. So there was the halt, guys, again at 262. It did not. Now let's see if it gets back underneath 262 and then pops through 262 again. Well, there are a bunch of scans. So the question is, what do I have that keeps track of the new highs and new lows? Well, I mean, this one, this is the repeating version of the 10-day daily breakout. Okay, so I can keep an eye on this is the every time a stock makes a new high with the filters have to be satisfied. Here is on the downside. Okay, and then if you're just looking for the upside, this is the momentum scan. This is where I also see stocks making new highs and new low. No, not new lows. These are just zeroing in on the stocks making new highs. Okay, and I'm sharing it. It's called Momentum Momo from my homepage, and of course I'm sharing these two, the breakouts and breakdowns on my homepage. And again, going to my homepage, excuse me, here are the scans. So if you click on my homepage link, you'll click on my homepage link and scroll down to the scan section. So here they are, the breakdowns, the breakouts, excuse me, the combo scan, which also does, well, it only gives you the first time. Okay, the very first time you get the alert. The relative strength leaders, though, and that's not telling you the new highs and new lows of the day, of course, but it's telling you, hey, don't forget about me. Okay, do not forget about me. And there's the momentum scan. Okay, so a lot of ways to keep an eye on stocks making new highs and lows for the day. But of course, you want to have filters in place. Otherwise, you just don't want to see stocks making new highs and lows for the day, because there are 10,000 stocks out there. You'll get probably 10,000 alerts or more. So that's why when you create a scan, you always want to have filters in place. Maybe a price range you like, a minimum volume that you like, a minimum relative volume that you like, just to cut down the universe of stocks to some kind of a manageable number. No, but on my homepage, I also have something I call the basic new highs and lows. The filters are not quite as tough. You can take a look at that one too. The basic new highs and lows. All right, guys. So let me just continue. What time is it now? Almost 11 o'clock. This has been a super fast morning for me anyway. So I am an intraday trader. So my main goal every single day is to find the stocks that are trading abnormally. So if you're new to all this, this window you see here, this is showing you, in your face. These are the stocks that are trading abnormally on the way up. Okay. So, and it's called on my homepage, it's called relative strength leaders. Okay. I just abbreviated it. So these are the ones that are showing you stocks trading abnormally. Of course, these are a couple other scans are showing me stocks that are trading abnormally. The 10-day daily breakdown, the 10-day daily breakout. And what does it mean? Well, hopefully it's somewhat obvious, but if I look at Bill, okay, let me try another one. It looks a little, well, you can see the last 10 days for Trupanion, for instance. So it's below the low of the last 10 days. Okay, so that is one. Other filters are in place, but it's only going to show me stocks that are below the low, whatever the low of the last 10 days is, it'll be below that. That's number one. So that's why, of course, it's called the 10-day daily breakdown. And of course, this is just the flip of it, the 10-day daily breakout. Now, I've been a little bit more reluctant to go long. I don't, I'm more, my head is sort of, thinking about shorting all the time right now. But you can see IAC, we had an alert right there, 54.31. It is now 54.91, and it still has some room on the weekly chart. So if you're wondering what the difference between these two are, DR stands for don't repeat. So this tells me the very first time we had the alert, okay, for IAC as an example, was at 10:28 Eastern time. The alert price was 541, 54.31. And this one over here, this will keep telling me as long as the filters are continuing to be met every time it makes a new high. So I like to do this because now I can go back in time and I can click on SGBX at 6:34. And you might have thought, well, wow, that's way too late. I mean, I would have liked to have seen it here. And you might have, and some others can, but even here, 6:34 at 10:22. And why did it not reach? Why did it take that long? Because if I look at it, yeah, I can tell you exactly why. You can see, because this is a 10-day daily breakout, you can see that right there, it had to take that out at 6:30. Well, this high right there before it became a 10-day daily breakout. But even from there, look what it did. 634, and it's up to 890, 898 right now. So yeah, I'm not sure. This BENF, it may have done what I wanted it to do. But I kind of lost sight of it. It may have done it. I can't remember if it actually got down briefly below that 262. I think it was getting close, but I don't think it broke it. Boy, this is just getting absolutely destroyed now. Trying to see. This was a Singaporean stock that did so wonderfully well for 2 weeks. And then out of nowhere today, it is just absolutely tanking. And yeah, there are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. I think William mentioned that, the same for him. But BENF, what do they even do? This is, and where are they out of? So US stock. US stock. Now, this is coming and not shortable for me. Coming into maybe some resistance around the 430 mark. If it gets up, if it can take out 4. There's the high right there is 404 actually. Was anybody paying a little more attention to this than I was? Did it ever even inch down below 262 after it resumed? Did it get down below 262 even by a few cents? All right, guys, my size. Now they did a reverse split not that long ago. MYSZ, and they did a reverse split not that long ago. And I think it was might have been last week. They announced the reverse split on the 15th. Okay. So I'm not sure when it took effect, maybe the next day. The 16th, that's April. So it was a little while ago. Okay, now this Trupanion, TRUP, it did show up on the 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, so and the price was 21.30. So it's a little bit below that now, guys. And what sort of room do we have? Wow, look at this. So on the weekly chart, 2093 is the low on the weekly chart, and it's just right at that level, 2095. So if it can somehow take that out, the next low is 1907. So it's got a lot of room if it can clear this 2090. I'm going to stick an alert just maybe 2082 and see if it takes it out. Okay. Because this would have not quite $2 down to that low. Again, I'm not saying it's ever going to get there, and 20 could stop it. I mean, 20 is a pretty, in my opinion anyway, a pretty important psychological number to get through. So that might stop it anyway. And let's take a look at our, now remember this was a green candle. No, it wasn't. Sorry. This was it was a mild green candle. This 1045 SPY candle, but now it turned red. So we're sort of in, this would be a big level, I guess, to try to hold at 508.61. Okay, the lows of those two candles here. All right, now let's take a look at SYT, guys. Now this could be one. What's the volume like? So very, very low volume right now. Okay, very low, but it just got halted, and so the high yesterday was 354, and then of course after that, way up here at 611, there is the 200-day moving average here. So now I've got to wait. Got to wait and see if this 314. So let's see if it opens. And let me show you where the potential open is for SYT. Again, this blue window that you see here is nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? It is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, okay? So this is the potential open, 325. Of course, it can change. So what I'm looking for is, again, when it resumes, maybe it goes to 325, but then it comes back down underneath 314, and maybe it pops through 314 again, and that's when I might take the trade. Okay, that is what I'm kind of looking for, and if that's what I was looking for, the BENF, I'm not sure it did it. That's all. It got close. It got super close. I know it did. Now it's halted again. Now I only do this on the first halt. This meaning, getting into a resumption. I only do it after the first, maybe after the first halt. So yeah, so they regain compliance. So obviously they must have done a reverse split. I'm sorry if somebody posted that. I'm so sorry. They had to have done a reverse split at some point. Yeah, my max price is 100 in all of these now. Okay, so I know on my homepage I think it's 35 on these two and maybe 60 here. So if you want to up it, you can do so. When I first put those scans in, I mean, remember these are templates, but when I first put these scans in, months and months and months ago. So in order to, all you have to do, if you want to see them over, I think I had 35 in both of these. So you just right click, configure, summary, and yeah, click on the dollar icon, and you can change the max if you want. And you'll have to do it for all of them. Maybe I'll get Rudy, who looks after my homepage. I'll make the adjustment. maybe this afternoon once the market closes, if I can remember. EBS, man, I know Shady mentioned EBS earlier. I just couldn't look at it. Well, I could, but I didn't. Too much else going on. Wow, look at the Arctics now, guys. Now the Arctics, 970 and 979 on the weekly chart. 882, sorry. So 882. Is that what you're talking about too, Oliver? 882 is the next high on the weekly chart for Arctics, ARDX. And that did show up on the breakout, okay? Right there, 1103, 875. And again, if you're wondering, well, why so late? Why couldn't we see it here? Well, the problem, I'm looking at the relative volume. The minimum has to be 8. So it's possible that it wasn't 8 earlier. That's one reason, maybe. Ah. Okay, guys, SYT, SYT. Let's see if that bid can catch. So it's kind of weird. I mean, it's hardly trading right now. Well, I'm keeping an eye on this SYT. I just want to see if the volume can pick up because it's well, I'm going to have to. I'll put in. I mean, I know this is crazy, but I'm going to put an alert way up here also at 356 and see if the volume has to pick up, though. Okay, I mean, there's only 70,000 shares. This is out of Japan. All right. Well, that was my yeah. So look at the SPY now, guys. So yeah, we're in on a for intraday. I mean, the market is still up, but intraday that was maybe an important level for to try to hold, maybe because now we've got 3 candles at those lows. Yeah, I might have to just this SYT. I mean, it's just not trading. Meanwhile, MI resumed, but now on the way down. MI on the way down. Wow, look at net now, guys. So this was the early one that I passed on because I thought I thought maybe the 200-day 200-day moving average might stall it. But there you had an alert early on, right at 9:30, right when the market opened, 77.79. Had this not been there, It's very possible I would have taken it, even though I know it's within the first 15 minutes. But as I said yesterday, some of these 10-day daily breakdowns during earnings season, they just want to continue down. But that 200-day moving average blocked me from taking it in my head. Okay. But look at this now. 77.79. There's a over $4 move now. 73.32. Well, I mean, I see what Oliver was looking at. There is the next high on the weekly, 882. So it's a little bit above that. Now your next challenge is could be the whole number. Could be the whole number of 9. If it can get through that, then the next high is 986. And this is an earnings play. So it should be active. I mean, the volume is still good. Hasn't really tailed off. I mean, obviously the opening 15-minute candle, usually always the biggest one of the day. Boy, Net's earnings release must have just disastrous, because now, I mean, you're getting close now to this level. 72.70 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart, 72.70. So we're getting really close to that level. And then the next, right next to it, 72.32. So, I mean, boy, if it can take out if it takes out 72, look underneath, $62 for Net. Man. Oh man, 11:15 already. Let me, I'm just going to confirm. It'll be Andy in our YouTube room. When I take my break at noon. And Mr. China, let's see how is China. Probably, let's take a look at KWeb. Well, it's still up. Andy loves the China stocks. You'll hear him talk about China a lot. I don't want to lose sight of this SYT. I mean, the volume obviously has to pick up. I mean, it's still only 17,000 shares. It got halted on the way up. But, if all of a sudden it takes out this 355 and on some volume, I mean, then, look at the room it's got. This is a China, excuse me, out of Japan. And what do they do? Property investment platform. Okay. And by the way, anybody new in the room, I should always remember, but Welcome. Okay, welcome to the rooms. I moderate two rooms, a YouTube room and what I call the main room. YouTube room. In the main room, there are a lot more activity amongst traders. Okay, there are a lot more traders in the main room, and they talk a lot about stocks, taking a look at different stocks. YouTube, not as much. So you have your choice. I will put the main room link into YouTube if you're looking for a little more activity. Okay, this is the but both rooms, they hear me and they see my screen. So there's no big difference there. It's just how much action do you want? And this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. Okay. So if you're sitting out there and you're a little too, for some reason, you're a little shy to ask a question, don't be. Okay. You can ask questions all day long, certainly about trade ideas itself. But, if you have maybe a particular stock that you're looking at or something else, I can try to help. Still have my eye on the Trupanion as a potential short later on, TRUP as a potential short later on. If it can get down through that 21. So Black Experience in our YouTube room says green this week, all because of BENF. Crazy how that works, isn't it? I mean, this is, I got halted again. Okay, guys, there's Trupanion. All right, a minute. Let's see if it can move down somewhat. That was the low I was looking at to break, 2093. The next low underneath is 1914. Now, I'm not saying it's getting there. It may not move another penny from here, but boy, I wish it were always this easy. I don't know what's going to happen here. I don't know if it could pop right back up, but funny how it works, though. I dug myself out of that AXTI early on when it had the big reversal on me, and we've been able to recoup that and much more because of the shorts. All right, BENF. Yeah, that would have been again. Does I asked the question? Maybe nobody knows. Wasn't paying attention. Like so, there it is again. BENF is halted again. But did it ever get down below that 265 on that initial, even by a penny? Well, it's still holding. It's still holding this level right there. Okay. There's a little bit of steam coming out of my ears right now. Yeah. Thank you, William. Just quit it, guys. Okay, quit it. Okay, just working, waiting on this Trupanion to see if it has another move down from the 2050 level. AWIN, yeah, AWIN is. I mean, we're getting these. It's interesting. A lot of times we don't see this during earnings plays, okay, or earnings season. This meaning, excuse me, just give me a moment. A lot of times the short floaters take a break during earnings season because traders, there's so many great little earnings plays to play that these short float squeeze. Well, I won't call them the squeeze, just short float moves sort of take a back seat, and then when earnings season is over, that's when they really resume again. But I don't think there's not been a let up, not really a big let up yet. So there's the AWIN, yeah, and this is halted now. Is this the first halt? Okay, this is the first halt. Maybe because it's Friday. I don't know. 447. Okay, so this is the first halt. So there's the halt price, or there's the halt price for AWIN. Again, blue screen, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, 409. So it's not really giving us a big clue where it's going to open. What I would hope, if I'm going to take this, it would have to open either below 409 or above it, and then come back down below 409, and then take out 409 again. I won't chase it. If it opens at 410 or 415 and runs, I'm not chasing it. But but if it goes down below the halt price and pops through the halt price again, there's a big possibility that I'll take it. Just may not happen. Okay, guys. Well, Trupani did not move as much as I wanted to. So I made a little bit on it, not what I wanted, but oh well. I'll keep an eye on it because it still has a lot of room underneath. But it did get down to almost well, not quite. I was hoping it would get down more close to the 20s, but quick answer, Luis. No, you cannot see level two in trade ideas. We don't have level two. The answer to that question, of course, is your broker will have it. We do not have level two, and we will never have level two. But of course, your broker will have it. Okay, now it is for me. So now it appears that my halt resumes are starting to work like they because I was having a problem before also that something that resumed and then got halted almost immediately. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, sorry about that. So, yeah, it appears now that on the well, I had a problem because of the server I think I was on because I would not get a halt if it got halted almost immediately after the resumption, but I appear to be getting it now. So it might be a server issue again, but I'm now seeing it, which doesn't help you. All right, guys. So now, if this is a 5 minute halt, if it is a 5 minute halt, this will open at 11:28 plus 21 seconds. So it is now almost 11:28 now. So in about 30 seconds, if this is a 5 minute halt, the other thing, no, the volume is fine. I was thinking maybe it's a volume restriction, but no. So if it's a 5 minute halt, this will open. I see there is the potential open for AWIN for 15. So remember, I will not chase it, but if it opens and then comes down below, well, it just opened. So you see, I can't take it. I mean, I can, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to chase it. And now look what you see. Now you see, look, well, the spread got really, look at the spread was going crazy. But you see what it didn't do? It did not come down below 409. And of course, they don't have to. They're not always going to do that. All right. Well, here's the market now. So that little area here appears to be holding. Okay, appears to be holding. Mr. Mike C in our YouTube room. Good morning. Okay, so Andy will be in our YouTube room in about half an hour. He just confirmed that with me. So again, I'll take a break between 12 and 1. Pepe, are you around? So SEM guys, SEM. SEM guys is it is an earnings play. Well, that was what it was, Pepe. Serious. Not serious, but serious XM. Unbelievable. And that's what, and I was reading some posters or some posts by people, and they were saying that as the day progressed, it got worse and worse. And that's exactly what was happening. Exactly what was happening. So SEM guys, this is just showing up on the momentum scan, okay? So SEM, is this an all-time high? It is not an all-time high. Meanwhile, BENF, oh my gosh, it just continues to move higher. After, we used to say, well, I still will say, the first halt is usually pretty good. So what do I mean by that? That means that when a stock gets halted, when it comes out of the halt, usually it's pretty good. Usually there's a pop, okay? The second halt, yeah, it can be okay. Maybe there's a little bit of a pop, but we had found that the third halt, sorry to keep you in suspense there. We usually found that the third halt is when it was kind of over, and that's when all the profit taking would happen and the stock would collapse. This, I mean, this is the, I don't know if this might even be the fourth halt. Just no shorts available for me. Thank goodness. I mean, you might have thought here, okay, I'm going to short it here. Okay, how about here? How about here? How about here? I mean, it's difficult to pick a top. Well, guys, SEM, it broke 31. I did not take it, but it broke 31. And again, the only reason that I can see this being up, it regained compliance. Okay. So they must have, obviously they did a reverse split, got the stock over $1, and they regained compliance. And should it be doing this? Of course not. Just one moment. Okay, guys, I'm going to be gone for maybe 5 minutes. Okay, I'll come right back though. Be gone for about 5 minutes or so. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm now back. It is not available, no, John. Not on Interactive Brokers. Not available to short at Interactive Brokers. You probably have to have something like Centerpoint, Cobra, one of those firms that really specialize in shorts, having shorts available for all of these. Oof. Well, I should have flipped the script on Trupanion. Oh, I don't know. I mean, if you know, if you're totally into shorting, and you never want to miss, okay, I guess. But Centerpoint's expensive. Okay, I don't know what their minimum requirements are anymore to set up an account. And some of these stocks you're trying to short are going to have quite a high fee rate. But I'm not going to recommend you take it or not. Is MDGL considered retesting daily resistance? I don't get too hung up about it, John. I've had interactive brokers for 8 years now, and a lot of times, yeah, for these crazy ones. But you know what? That can keep you out of a lot of trouble too. Okay. At what point would you have decided to short BENF? Right? You could have picked a bunch of different and could have got killed. So not the easiest thing to do. So is it testing daily resistance? Oh, this is a really expensive one. Well, I don't know. I mean, the next high looking left is 236. So, it's been on a nice run, and it's has earnings next week. So I don't know if it's testing. I mean, that is the next high looking left on the daily chart. Okay, guys, I'm going to take about 10 minutes or so, but I will be back. What time is it now? Just give me a moment. I'll put it. Just give me a moment. Just got something I have to do. So what time is it now? I'll definitely be back. I have to be back to introduce Andy. So I should be back around 11:45. Okay. Oh. Guys, I'll be right back. Okay, what time is it now? 11:44. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. We had in our complex, we had somebody cleaning driveways and this and that. So I wanted to grab him. He could do ours too and other stuff. So anyway, um, so have I caught up to everybody? Somebody asked about that 5 day big trade. How to find the runners last 5 days. Sorry, asking you again. Looks like I messed it up and I can't set it up again. When can I find it, please? Well, okay, so we do have a 5 day range. So if you're looking for, this is a question from our YouTube room. So if you're looking for, I right click, configure, search, change. Type in change, whoops, type it correctly. So type in change. So change in 5 days, okay? Change in 5 days, percent. So if you're looking for the ones that have changed the most in 5 days, you know, it's up to you. Add the filter. No, you could use this. You could put this as a column in a top list window and then sort on it, and then you'll see the ones that have changed the most in 5 days. I don't think I gave you a scan for it. I was just telling you that is the filter to use. So you don't even, I mean, if you want to have a minimum change in 5 days, you know, so that you don't see a lot of them, you know, you want to put 80% minimum, and then, you know, so you'll see the ones that have changed at least 80% in the last 5 days. Okay, but that's the filter. That's the filter that you want to use. And after that, you know, you'll have to decide what price range you want, what minimum volume you want, all of that. Okay. Okay. We're good. Okay, good. What did I miss? What did I miss? Man, oh man. Okay. So yeah, hindsight, sure. Short at 1146, sure. But you know, it's not easy to pick, you know, these little low float situations to try to pick a top. Again, you know, could have been here, could have been here, could have been here. It could have been here, here, here. I mean, eventually, sure, they will fall, but not easy. Boy, this Trupanion, I should have flipped the script. TRUP. ALLR. What do I think of ALLR? Not much. Oh, I don't know. I mean, they're all pump and dumps, John. I mean, you can, I mean, PENF, BENF. I mean, depends what you, I mean, anything that's really low float, unless they've got some spectacular news. I mean, it depends what you mean. Sure, there's some group somewhere that might have got a hold of it and now has decided to, but I mean, you know, when you ask me that question, I'm not sure how to answer it. If you mean, well, is this really a good company? Should I be investing in it? Or, you know, I mean, there, you could label just about anything, you know, any of these really cheap ones as a pump and dump. I mean, look what happened yesterday. Got up to 349, right back down to 1. Yeah, I mean, there was probably somewhere. Well, actually, that moved down because they plunges amid ovarian cancer trial discontinuation. So they discontinued their trial. Okay. Well, I don't know. I don't know when they came up with that news. Okay. What time? But that news, I mean, they discontinued their trial. So maybe initially they had some, they tried to have some good news, but then they discontinued the trial. And that's obviously horrible news. Well, discontinuing the trial. Yeah. Yeah. That's bad news. He says real time. In YouTube, you've got about an 8-second delay, Robbie, if that's what you mean. Ah, no, 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 no. Okay, guys. So, yeah, in about 9 minutes or so, I'll be taking my break. Andy will be showing up, taking over for me in our YouTube room. Okay. And I'll take a break for about an hour. Can you hear my cat? Okay, BENF. It may not be over. I mean, it may not be over. So look what happened on this one. So this was the second. This was the second halt, wasn't it? And obviously, the second halt was not good. And there's AWIN just tanking now for a while. Wow, here's another one, guys. AIP, another earnings play. AIP released earnings after hours yesterday. Really didn't do much. Oh my gosh. So you're talking about MNDR now getting down to 4, and that's where you're going to take it, right, William? This is quite unbelievable, especially with no news that I can see that they've done a massive financing again or something like this. I mean, this was pretty steady. I mean, obviously from the IPO price, from the IPO was priced at $4, got all the way up to before it pulled back at all, up to 30 almost, and then it's just hanging around, hanging around, hanging around, and then all of a sudden, this is like, yeah, your giant rug pull. Oh my goodness! So now BENF just popped up again, halted. Okay, just give me a moment. Well, guys, so much for a quiet Friday. I mean, this has been super active. Of course, it's all about earnings. My cat is hungry. I just gave her. Thank you, Damon. All right, guys, I'm going to put the announcement in up here. I'm taking my break. Back around 1 p.m. ET. And before I do go, Andy's not there yet. He'll be there probably in about 5 minutes. So before I take my break, though, I'll put this YouTube link in for those of you who are in the main room. Want to head over and listen to Andy talk about China stocks? Haha. All right. So this, I haven't had a chance really to pay any attention to the ones that I was talking about yesterday that I created, the 5-minute highs, okay, on the gap down and reversals and the gap up and reversals. Really haven't had any chance to pay attention, but I'm looking at this one right now, out, okay, OUT. Now, I mean, this has got a lot of room. This is a gap down and a potential reversal here, okay, OUT. It's over that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. It is an earnings play. The volume is really tapered off, but it is still an earnings play. So it may, catch a bid at some point because it's got the room. I sort of remember that. What was the one yesterday that was incredibly good? The was it FRSH fresh, something like that. Was that the one? Yeah, that was the one. Yeah. Broke over 14 and it just took off. That was like another gap down and reversal. And here's the thing, guys. Look at the market now. The market will help bounces for a while, doing this 45 minutes up. So let me look at that out again. Now, my problem is I'm going to be on a break, and I also have to go outside and move some stuff around in my yard so the guy can do the cleaning. So I'm probably not going to be able to take this, but I would keep an eye on this. Okay, OUT. I would definitely keep an eye on it and see if it has a bounce. What are my thoughts on AWIN? I mean, it's just a low float. I mean, it had a big pullback back down to 411. They're very risky. If you're new, if you're kind of new to trading. Oh, there's Andy. I don't know if you're in the room yet. I couldn't hear the little pop. Okay, guys, I see Andy in the room. Okay, so 11:57. So I'm not sure he's in the room though. I see he posted. Andy, are you there? So, I mean, look, if AWIN takes out the high of the day, it could run again. I mean, the next high looking left is 694, 7-ish. So it could run again. Look at the SYT now, this little Japanese stock. What's the volume like? Still not great, but it's inching its way up. This is one got halted earlier. Okay, now I heard a little pop. Okay, guys, Andy is in our YouTube room right now, so I'm going to put myself on mute. I'll see you guys in the main room in about 1 hour. And now I can introduce Mr. China himself, Andy.
Hey, Barry. What's happening,
Good
buddy?
morning, Andy. How are you?
You're doing great. Doing great. How are you?
Oh, excellent. This has been a wild morning, for a Friday. It's
Yes,
been
it
just a
has.
lot of action.
It has. It
A lot
has.
of action.
Yes.
How have been your China stocks? I know the last time I looked, I saw K-Web was starting to move down, but
You know
uh,
what? I'm starting to feel like because I scalped out, I took some profits. I'm always taking profits
sure.
and probably sold a little more than I wanted to, but I'm thinking because I like what I do is I keep a core position, then they pull back, but they're acting like they may not want to pull back and give anybody a chance. I mean, these things are
Hmm.
holding up pretty well. And NetEase with a
Yep.
big move today, TCOM with a massive move. They're just take a look at the dailies. Yeah, it's been it's been good to me. So we'll see what happens. But
Did you see this BENF?
B, I did, but obviously too late. But what
I
am
don't
I?
know. It may not be too late. I mean, it's now making another new high. I'm kidding a little
Yeah.
bit, but it's making another new high right now after the big pullback. I thought that would probably be it would have
Hmm.
been over, but nope, it's making another new high and
Another
it
one,
just
huh? Yes. Look at that
doesn't want to
thing.
quit. And look
Wow.
at it. I mean, it's going to hit 13 probably.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah,
Mr. Lindloff.
I was telling you before you take your break the other day. I said, you know what, we have to make a list of these pissant China stocks, because when China's doing this, yeah, you know how they can get
Yeah.
anyway, even when China's not
Yeah, yeah,
doing
I
well.
know.
But yeah,
But what's your
uh,
definition of one of those? Like a low float or like what is
both.
your definition?
Yeah, I would prefer low float, but I would say anything between $1 to $3. They can
Oh,
with
okay, okay.
with
So you're
relatively
talking.
low float. Yeah.
Oh, okay. You're not talking the Babas and all. Obviously not. Not the major players in China. You're talking about like. Give me an example of one. I don't. I haven't seen one for a while because I see all these little
I
crazy ones
know.
going.
Yes, you're right. Well, I did a gosh, I don't think I saved it either. Did let me look. Gosh, I didn't. Darn it.
Okay,
Anyway, I
that's
can
okay.
I can make one real quick, but something like, of course, this is a Hong Kong, but uh, NCI, of course, it's terrible. But if it does a bar reversal, at some point, look at that thing opened up around. It got as high as 11, and this thing has just been going sideways. But
Oh, that's
you know,
NCI. Okay,
yeah,
NCI. I
so
see. I
you something like that on a bar
yeah. Well,
reversal.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, well,
it,
we
it,
I saw NCI for sure. I did see NCI
mm.
for sure. Of course, it only started trading as NCI last week, but
Well, let's see.
yeah,
This one's a China play. I remember you playing it not too long ago. This SE, I think it's SERE. Wait, what was it?
Sear? No,
No,
I don't.
RERE.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. RERE.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. There you go. That's a China play.
Okay. All right.
Although the float's not that low, but man,
Hmm.
it's actually had a nice. But anyway, I'll make a
Yeah.
list and be sure to point them out to you if I see them for sure.
Okay. Thank you, Andrew.
All right, man. Enjoy your break, Barry.
Okay. Thanks. See you in about an hour.
All right. Hey guys, how you doing? Yeah, Mike. It was about 3 months in the working to finally hit those things, but I didn't. The thing about it is the way I trade. I really don't. I don't risk a whole lot, to So there was a lot of in and outs during the first few months, of the year, but they finally got going. Boy, did they! I'm really the more I'm upset with Baba because I have. You can look here in the daily. It's not showing up. I'm not why, but anyway, I'm in from about 60, 68, almost around 69 in this thing, but I never got my ad. It makes me mad. I should have. Yesterday I was busy or something and I missed it. I wanted to add above 78. I totally missed it. But anyway, maybe I'll get another shot. I tell you one to keep an eye on. I mean, this thing, I don't know what's wrong with it. They had great earnings. This was the earnings back over here. Maybe it's toxic again. I know one time, probably 15 years ago, they were doing something shady and they got hit pretty hard. So I'm wondering, are they doing something shady again? Because this one's just stuck and cannot get going. I'll give it a shot if it can take out that monthly high, probably, but I don't know what's wrong with that. Uh, they make tons of money. The earnings are incredible. And of course, they just got hit the whole time. So I don't know what's going on with Bips, but I will give it a shot if it clears that level. All right, crazy. And I did dabble my toe in some. I don't mind trying to catch a bottom every now and then. I've been trying and boil, but typically what I'll do is I'll get a good price, and it usually goes in my favor. And if it fails, the worst thing I do, I get out for a flat. But UNG, you think at some point this thing is going to, it's finally got above the 50 there. It's finally, if nothing else, just on inflation alone, you think this thing could have a massive move. But if it can ever get going, yeah, this thing could. And I'll continue to try, but did kind of a take out about a month high there. Another one that Brian Shannon actually pointed out to us is SMR. Very, very attractive chart here. Just you can see the wedge, and if it can take out that, call it the 635 level, could have a decent move. I mean, just the next high alone is 683, so I'm in that one, but definitely one to watch. Oh yeah, and a nice little short flow, 20% almost in that SMR. So one to keep on the radar for sure. All right, let's just do this real quick because I told Barry this would be a good little exercise. So I'm just going to take my China. This one is one that I have a symbol list of China stocks. I I think it'd be wise. I was on Trader TV the other day and said, for you guys, I mean, to make if you don't have a watch list for China stocks, it's probably a good thing to do. And if you want to do the low float ones, you could just come in here and duplicate it. And we'll come in here and we'll just configure and we'll drop the prices from, let's just say, to $4, since we other one's starting at 4. We do want to add a volume uh, filter just to make sure we're not seeing things that's doing like 50 shares of volume. Okay. Oh gosh, Andy. Ugh. All right. And not a whole lot. Trying to think, I had a lot more yesterday. I know what it is. Hold on here. It's the exchanges. Some of these trade on the. Let me see if I have my exchanges for pinks as well. Yep, I do. Okay, so that's all we're really getting from my list. Yeah, Tiger may be a good one above that 3-day high there. Recon. Data. KC, this has been known to fly every now and then. Put an alert just in case it wants to get active. Yes, Mike, see that SMR looks really good on the daily. Anyway, we'll keep this up. And yeah, it seems like yesterday though when I pulled that up, I had a lot more in there. Maybe it's the volume on Friday, just not a whole lot of things doing volume today. That BTBT is a Bitcoin, China Bitcoin. Put alert if it gets above that one, that 235 level. Because looks like they have earnings as well. But Bitcoin's not performing like the rest of the market, that's for sure. So it's kind of out of favor right now. And one to keep an eye on. I scalped out. I had some decent size yesterday, scalped out of it, but I think that this Lou is definitely a China play, and it's been lagging. But you can see if I drew a nice little cup there and the handle right there, you can see a nice little cup and handle. So I do have alert if it gets back above 60. Uh, I did add back into some today, and we'll definitely look to add more because I think this one could, get going and break out of that 5 range. But just seems like Friday everything's kind of dead. Kareem, I cannot share a list in this YouTube chat. I mean, if I did, it would just come all jumbled together, and you would have to uh, uh, basically try to separate everything. It's kind of messy. Try to do that. What I can do is, if you will, well, let's just do an exercise here. This is what I always do. Let's just come in here and we'll do a list of Chinese ADRs. Full list investing.com of Chinese ADRs. And we want a symbol. Where do you get the symbols? Why would you put a symbol in there? Yeah, let's see if we can find a better one. All right. So what you do, just here you go. This is going to give you pretty much everything you want. And you're going to have to use a volume filter, but you know, I'm going to give you this page, and what you want to do, you're probably going to have to wonder if you can download this into. Yeah, export it into Excel. Okay, once you get it into Excel or Google Sheets, that's all you got to do. Once you get in there, and then you can just grab that column and copy and paste. So I'll drop this in there, Kareem. It should be easy to do. Just download it into Excel format and then uh, paste it into the symbol list when you create a symbol list. And there you have it. That's probably where I got it as well. This is a list of Chinese stocks. Okay, so if you want to create a Chinese symbol list, just go to the site that I dropped. You're welcome, Kareem. Just go to the site that I dropped in there, export it into an Excel, and then once you get into Excel, you can just grab the column, right, and copy and paste it into a symbol list, Iris, and uh, I think this is the site I went to get it, because you're going to have 285 stocks in there, and just be sure you use a volume filter so you can kind of make sure they're doing volume. You're welcome. Yep, nice. I tried ACB today, but you know what? These things just probably want a doji. So I'm just going to set alert right back above near yesterday's high in that one. And I'm going to do the same thing for CGC in case these things want to hit the 10 period moving average and doji. That'd be a classic pattern right there. And just put you alert right above 11 in that CGC. See if it goes off on Monday. These things could have another move. We'll see. Man, what a moving net tease. I knew that thing was lagging. I should have bought more this morning, but I had decent amount back over here. I've been scalping in and out of it, closed out a decent amount, but boy, it's getting right above that level, 200 moving average. Yeah, some of the ones, Vips used to be a high flyer, and Tau, Tau after earnings, these schools. Now, if it does get back above 13, that could be a move, but they just haven't been in favor. Even EDU, which usually kind of the leader is trying now, but yeah, It's still under pressure. What's that BZ doing? I don't know why I thought about this one, but B Sun is one that's gotten beaten up pretty good. Like to see that back above 3. May be worth a gamble there. Is there a standard TI symbol list? No, probably not in our symbol list. It's going to be outdated. Yeah, I always go and grab my a more recent one, like I just dropped there, and just grab it from there because that's probably going to be more recent. What happened to my top list here? Not sure what happened to it. There it is. All right, let's take a look at some of these movers here. Setting up interesting there. Nice little 15-minute wedge pattern. Let's take a look. I haven't looked today. I was- a couple of shorts. That's a nice couple of nice shorts there for sure. Looks like that one wants to go lower. AXTI. I remember that one coming through. That one didn't. I want to say that one didn't work, but look here, guys. This is where you have the advantage over Holly. Holly called us at 380. It's got as high as 422. That's a nice percentage gain right there before it came back. So somebody might look at this and say, "Oh gosh, what a terrible call this one." She called it now. It's a lot lower than we're 40 cents lower. But really, you had some really nice gains and even had time to get out if you're wrong for a flat. So to me, when I see things like that, that's not a bad call. Okay. And this is why we say those who trade the AI the best are the ones that do so discretionarily and they don't try to, uh, just go with risk on, and let it reverse on them and all that. It's so you definitely can have an advantage. Now there may be some more calls in here. Let's see. And yes, there was. There's some longs here that didn't do too well. But that AXTI, we just looked at that one. It was a long and a short. Got to stop that. Tandem. Looks like that was called at 45.73. Looked at that one already. Not a good call there. And that one didn't work very well. So you had a few. You had a few good ones, a few bad ones. Well, let's take a look at the big boys here. See how they're holding up there, Michael. No, that's gonna be the time is gonna be, at my local time. Okay, so I'm on Central Time. Apple. This is why I don't trade a lot of earnings, guys. So many of them, they just I mean, trying to pick the ones that are gonna go, keep going. I mean, probably the best way is just keep them, on a race or on a change from open and see how they're all doing after the first 30 minutes and then go from there. But trying to pick what's going to, yeah, Nvidia's definitely holding up there. AMD's nice little bounce after earnings. Now Google, I had an alert for that one, and I'm not sure why it's not showing up. But if you look, okay, it did get that 200 day. Let me go. I mean, no, I'm sorry. Let me do this. Yeah, never got my alert this morning when it was selling off. I thought it would come down here, and tag, go, just take out that low like it likes to do, and tag the 20. But I just never got there. So that one's one to watch. But once again, chasing these stocks on earnings day, they all seem to gap up too much, in my opinion. Come on, Smurf. Nah, you're just gonna sit here today, I can tell. PDD, not massive move yesterday. That's another one. I missed my add on, but I'm happy. I'm happy with my positions, and now I got some, you know, firepower. If they do want to pull back, I can add in. Go to's another one of those that have a hard time going. Looks like it wanted to break out several times. Yeah, those a lot of those schools just not in favor lately. Man, Arc was doing. Look at that. That's ugly. Arc had a nice little gap up and just yeah. The any of those entry times are going to be correlated to whatever time zone you have set on your software. So uh, HTHT. This is that's could be interesting if it gets above that level right there. Tried to today. So hotel group. Yeah, I would like that. Not only that, if I can get these things to draw. Oh, that's pretty. Stick. There it goes. It disappeared on me. You can see it though. Nice little trend line. Keep an eye on that one. China play that, especially with trip.com, doing so well today. Just a massive move there. So that HTHC's 1-to-1, keep on your list for sure. Would be breaking a trend line and breaking out of a multi-month high there. You guys probably get tired of me talking about China stocks. Oh, look at UNG. Well, that thing, a little bit of a pullback there. All right, let's take a look around at some of the indices here or markets. SPY is still having a little bit issue with that 50. I can see us closing, real right at this thing. Take cues. Same thing, just little spinning top right below its 50. And how about the IWM? And kind of a gap up and right below all of them just below their 50. Interesting. Bots rule the world. I'd have to see something pretty exciting to get me to do anything else this afternoon. Take a look at the sectors. XLF really didn't do much today. It's kind of having a hard time lately, even though the KRE is performing well the last several days. It's like a juggling plates. All right, let's see if we can find some action here. Nice little SMFL move there. Take a look at the daily, see where it might be heading. Man, may want to go all the way to this 490 level. Hit the 50. That's a nice volume bar there. A lot of times when you see these, levels, they have a, it's like a destiny. I say it all the time. This thing at least wants to go to 478, maybe even to 50, and who knows, gets through that. But nice volume coming in. If I can put an alert here on a pullback. There you go. There you have it. Almost what's that? 478 right there. Gosh dang, look at that thing hopping around. I don't know those quotes are right. Oh, 81,000, and that's it. The float. And 23% short. Boy, that'd have been a nice one to see right there. 375. How high did it get? 473. So it almost got that level. Go look on the daily. 477. Still may want its destiny. Could be one of those crazy ones with 81,000 in the float and 23% short. Yep. There you got that 78. There's your first destiny. Second destiny is $5. Gets above that, man. You Jeez, could be looking seven over $7. Kind of want to bid a pullback in this thing. I'm not sure where to bid it. Yep. Some news on Is any news on this? Obviously, there's some news, but doing a reverse split on. Had got to be more news than that. Yeah, there you go, Leon. Who knows? Get one of those crazy just short squeezes. I had a friend, gosh, short like a biotech, I think a couple of thousand shares or something. I can't remember how much it was, but I mean, the stock looked really, really bad, and I think it was around the like $15 range. And uh, he took off after hours, and news came out, and it was just heavily shorted. The news wasn't that great at all, but it was just heavily shorted. Things started, moving against him, and he was gone. He went to go like coach his daughter in a soccer game, so he was like away from his computer out on a soccer field somewhere, and short like 2,000 shares of this stock from like 15, and that thing just started ripping and ripping. I still like, oh my gosh, I started calling him, finally got a hold of him. And thing went all the way to $78. I felt so bad for him. Yeah, he had to cover. A really good trader. He ended up, over the course of several months making it all back. But uh, yeah, that was brutal. It's not a fun phone call. So I was sitting there just kind of coaching through him. He got on other line with his broker, and just I was like telling him where it's going and what's happening. Doesn't low float stock. Any other news out there, Barry? Besides that, uh,
I'm on a break. Don't bug me.
oh, I know. I saw you typing in there, so
I
I
did.
thought, okay. That's the only
Well,
reason
I
that's the
think,
only reason I said anything.
yeah, I know. I'm just, of course, kidding. Well, I think when Leon was saying, can it get back up to 4,000? But of course, that it never was 4,000. That's just reverse split adjusted.
Right, gotcha.
Okay. So it wasn't, even though we have seen some crazy ones, very rare, but that got
Yeah.
up to the thousands, but not that one. That's just reverse split adjusted. I mean, you were talking about it, a couple 100,000 in the float. I mean, that's insanely low, as you know. So, how
Let's
many
just say,
reverse splits have they done over the last how many years they've been
yeah,
in
really.
existence? So,
Exactly.
anyway, I'll put myself on mute again. Okay.
All right, enjoy, Barry.
All right. Thanks.
Actually, I was bidding 235 right then. I'm not sure. Let me put it on the see how close it got to me. Yep, got 8 cents from me. Yeah, I don't want it now. 'Cause I was wanted to catch something like that, catch that tail there, but gosh dang it, but it barely missed me.
Hey, Andy, are
Yeah,
you a 10 SMA guy on the 15, like Steve?
I am. I am.
Okay. Keep an
Yeah,
eye. Look at OMI. Look at OMI. Okay. That was an AI alert today. Great alert on the short side. But look what it's doing now. And it's just breaking out over that 10 SMI,
yeah.
or the 10 SMA.
Oh, I see.
And we could be in store for a little bit of a bounce here.
Oh, yeah, I see that. Let me take a look at the daily here. How bad has it been? Okay.
Well, it's got room, obviously, because
Yeah.
this is the big down day.
Mm-hmm.
So it does have room to run if it wants to.
Yep.
I thought I'd point that out to you. I know you and Steve. Well, I didn't know you too, but obviously Steve. That's man. It's all he talks about. He just nags about it all the time.
Uh-oh, I think I just got hit on that thing. Hold on.
Oh, on what?
This SMFL, and now I'm not sure I
Oh,
want
oh,
it.
oh! Don't let me distract you. Sorry. Okay.
No problem. No problem.
Okay. Bye. Bye.
Bye. Tiny size, but yeah, I did. I didn't want it the second time through. I wanted to catch that bounce, but it halted. Guess they did. Yeah. Yeah, that's not good. It was small size, but, yeah, you don't want it halted on a down swoon like that. K-Web, look at that, trying to go to highs here. Yep. I'll put alert there in case it goes through. And not that I'd play it, but I tell you though, it looks like daily, yeah, take out that monthly high there. Ah, that was dumb of me not canceling that after it missed me the first time. Don't like them the second time through. Earnings on May 22nd. Yep. Probably going to crush again. Amazon's earnings strong too. That one's not far from an all-time high again. This Baba and Baidu are trading like at a single multiple on forward PE. That's one reason I think they just have potential to just explode. Let's see. I guess I'm gonna have to put a stop in this. I hate, I hate putting a stop on a halt. Like I said, it's small size, real small size. So I'm not gonna put a stop. See what happens. Not too bad. Yeah, I'll stick one in there for a paper cut. That's probably not going to let me do it on this thing. Yeah. And good thing. All right, Lou. Get back to my some China stocks. There goes Vips too. Both of my alerts going off. SMR. That's not fun. Tau, look at that. Vips, Tau, and Lou all at the same time. It's all about China.
How do you say Andy in Chinese?
I don't know, man.
I'm going to call you that. I'm going to do a Google search. What is Andy in Chinese? And that
Chinese,
is
there you
it.
go.
For the rest of time that I know you, that's what you're going to be called, for me anyway.
They just called me Andy
Just
over
call you
there.
Andy. Now look at out, guys. I'm talking to, well, I can talk to everybody, I guess, but look at out. Same sort of reasoning. I don't know how out, as in OUT. Same sort of reasoning over the 10 SMA, holding it and trying to come back just a little bit.
Oh, you're talking about the 15-minute chart. Okay.
Yeah. I'm looking at a
Oh,
15-minute
yeah.
chart,
Yeah. Yeah.
and it broke through it. I think at around 15, and so
Hmm.
yeah, I saw one
Yeah.
yesterday, FRSH, and it has the same look. And I sort of discounted it, and it ran about 80 cents. It was same sort of like $14 stock, coming back from earnings, and ran about 80 cents, and I wasn't in it. So I'm in this one. I'm going to take this darn one and see what happens.
Okay. That
But
it looks like you may at least get it, get a nice
a little
20
bit.
cents out of it. Yeah. I mean,
Well, what I'm looking at, yeah, well, maybe even, well, okay.
yeah,
The
no,
next
you
high
can get up
looking
to this
left is
high, the next high.
1540.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm always looking at a 15-minute chart. So,
I see you. Yeah.
but hey, gotta try it. I've modified my gap reversals and my gap reversals to not have it trigger at the high of the day, but rather a new 5-minute high. The reason being is that sometimes, for it to trigger at the high of the day, you might have got some really weird horrible down, like a tail or a topping tail or a bottoming tail. And for you to take that out, you've lost a big part of your move, if that
Exactly.
makes sense.
Exactly.
So
Yes.
I decided, I put one. I just basically changed it to a 5 minute high, and then I'm looking at that 10 SMA just to
Okay. Sure.
see
Yeah.
where, like, okay, 5 minute
Yeah.
high, but where are you, 10 SMA,
Hmm.
and just see if you guys have got something going there.
Well, what I really like too, Barry, is once that 10 SMA starts curling, it's curling back up. Now that's going to
Hmm.
be more, supporting. Yes, I love
Yes.
when they start curling like that. Yeah, for sure. So,
And that's what I
yeah, you
was
may
doing.
be onto
Okay.
something there.
Maybe.
Mm.
So listen, Andy, I'm 12:56. I'll let you go if you want.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
You're
Yep.
welcome.
And
And
you have a great weekend.
you too. And we'll see you next Friday.
All right. Everybody have a great weekend out there. Bye bye.
Okay, guys, I've taken over the scan, and I'm back in both rooms now. Out. I'm out now. I was just telling Andy how I'm in out. I hang on. I want to see if it holds 15. I'm in at 15:06, and this was one of those ones like a new 5 minute high. But look at the market. I think it's being overly affected by the market. It was over that 10 SMA. Yeah, so I think it's being overly affected by the market here. I'm in at 15:06, so I'm going to give it another, I don't know, a couple of pennies. If it gets underneath 15, I'm out. And there's that 10 SMA. All right, so William will keep the room open until around 3:30 to 3:45. I'll be off at almost for sure at 3 o'clock. Now, I looked at the OMI in the same way as sort of the out, okay? And it had done the little curl thing. It was a 5 minute high, but it didn't move. Didn't really move. Well, now it's moving down again. Ah, rewarded. Maybe a little bit of a reward now on the out. Not expecting much. I mean, my fantasy level for out would be right up here on that 15-minute chart. Okay, the high, that 15, which is about 1540. Now, guys, we are going to have a lot of noise this afternoon. Okay, I've got the power washer is going to be doing my front. Here, he's in the back right now. You can't hear, but he's coming around to the front driveway and also doing the windows. So probably going to hear a lot of noise. Come on out. Really? Because it might have been Sirius that was affecting it. Hmm. Maybe later on I'll try it. I've sort of I think I actually I've disabled it completely, so I will have to find it. I don't even know if I still have it. I may have actually deleted the application. Ooh. All right, guys. So the SPY is still strong. I mean, the SPY is still strong. We've had some, chopping around now, but we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, an hour and a half straight up. Okay, an hour and a half straight up. Now a little red candle there, but let's see what happens with this candle. This is the 1 o'clock candle. So what are we talking about here? The crosshairs. I've never had the crosshairs. Okay, I have never had the crosshairs. I didn't like it. Yeah, I don't use crosshairs. So what are we talking about? Trying to get a little box to pop up, that little box that pops up like here on a normal chart, a legacy chart. I like that. I'll call it a legacy chart. Is that what we're talking about? But not here. You'll get the pop up here, right, on the new charts, if you will. But here yeah. So yeah, I cannot. So it's kind of hit or miss, isn't it? Then. Oh, crosshairs. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Well, I'll never get rid of crosshairs. I'm sorry. I was thinking of a sync. I'm sorry. I was thinking of use crosshairs sync. Oh, I'll always have crosshairs. I'm sorry. But I'll do it. Okay. I will do it just to see, but I don't care about having a pop-up. So let me just see though what you're talking about. Maybe you have to load a new chart. It's hit or miss, yeah. Whereas here, it's hit all the time. Yeah, so but I always want my crosshairs. So even if that were a so-called fix, I wouldn't do it. Give me one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. Isn't that funny, JMac? And I don't like this. I do not like this. I'd much rather see it up here. Isn't that funny? Well, I guess that's why you have what do they say? Different strokes for different folks, right? No, he means he's out. EBS, he means flat means out. He's out of the trade completely. Flatten, like in our simulator where it says flatten, that means, flatten the trade, get out. But as I'm talking to a JMac in our main room, but as Pepe is saying, it is hit or miss. Because I'll uncheck the crosshairs and I'm not getting it. I'm not getting that box popping up. Anyway, that is for me personally, that's a non-issue. Unless, let me just, for fun, maybe it's in a dock channel. I mean, who knows? All these crazy little things that can happen. So here is outside of a dock, okay, and go to properties, uh, uncheck the show crosshairs now. No. Well, it works for you. That's amazing, eh? Because it doesn't, how Canadian, it doesn't work for me at all. Poe. I wonder if I can find that crisp again. I don't think I've got it anymore. I'm pretty sure I disabled. Well, I know I disabled it, but I don't. I think I'm not sure if I got rid of the application completely. Now I'm a subscriber, so I might be able to find it again, reload it. Yeah, no, I I got rid of it. Guys, this little out is, it's nothing unbelievable, but it's doing, a little bit of a job for me here. I mean, if it hits 1540, that'd be awesome for me. But even if it gets into like 1525, I'm in at 1506. Okay. And again, this was from the gap down and reverse. You know what I might try to do on that scan is also to show it, get the alert only if it's close to that 10 SMA. I mean, that's not hard to do. I don't think it'd be hard to do. But it's amazing how many of these little 5-minute hits are right around that 10 SMA. Okay, again, I'm watching what the market's doing on these little bounce plays. I don't want to see a big red bar coming at me. Well, this was a gap down and go. This really did not have any bounces at all. Look at this boom, DMC Global earnings play, and this is a gap down and kept going down. I did see the WoW actually pop, but this is a buyout. I guess they confirmed, the company actually confirmed that they've received the 480 offer. Okay, so that was the reason for this big pop, but it actually had a little move from 460 up to 5. All right, guys, the market's sort of snoozing on me now. I'm seeing some of my thumbnail charts. They're really not moving at all. Nothing's moving on my thumbnail charts. And the SMFL, yeah, poor Andy, he got caught in this one in the halt. But as he said, he didn't have a big position, but unbelievable. There are actually shorts available now anyway to short SMFL. Not that I want to do it now, but there are shorts available. Interactive Brokers, 27,000. Well, questions? Anybody have questions? Keep me somewhat interested right now. I mean, there's not, for me anyway, not much happening. I had to make sure my sound toggle wasn't, or my sound was not turned off, because I'm just not getting any new alerts at all. Trying to hold on to this out just in case it has a one more pop. I do not have a post-market layout, Mike, but we do have one here. If you click on new from the, maybe you know this, but if you don't, click on new from the toolbar, click on docked channel bar. Okay. This will pop up my other monitor. Click on the show more, and after hours should be down here somewhere. After hours. Okay. Oh, you know that. Yeah. No, I don't have a post. I don't trade. I don't really scan for anything in the after hours. If I did, I'd probably use this. It's probably just as good. You know, what is it? What is it looking at? So post-market movers. So new. Okay. Okay. Come on out. Keep going. So what is it? What is it looking at? New post-market low, market high, high relative volume, moving up in the post-market, moving down in the post-market. Probably all you need, and you can always change the filters if you want in terms of the price ranges and all. But that, to me, if I wanted to trade the post-market, I'd probably use that. Christine, you're right. That is another. Well, that's a term I use. I got out flat. Yeah, that means they broke even. Yes. But if you look at our simulator, these are some trades I was demonstrating a few days ago, I guess. But you see flatten. So if I highlight this, flatten, that'll get me out of the trade. Well, to flatten the trade though. But anyway, the way I've always used it, if I got out flat, that means, flat. I didn't make any money. I didn't lose any money. It was flat. Give me a moment, please. All right, guys. Well, SPT, another little move down. That was a really nice one. What's the market doing? Market is still kind of hanging in that area, hanging in this area up here. All right. Well, who knows? Maybe the CTRA. I mean, this is a reversal, gap up, reversing through that 10 SMA. Through the 10 SMA, guys, which would have been 28.10. My problem with it is that when I look left on the 15-minute, the next low is around 27.87. That's pretty close. So consequently, I would not take that. I mean, it may power right through all that, but if the market, put in a giant red bar, possibly, but it is not doing that. You know what, guys? I took myself out of the out. Minor gain. I'll take a look at it again if it maybe gets back up to that 1520 level, but probably not. I just don't see it having that much more to go in it, but you never know. I was hoping for a FRSH move. Believe me, I was hoping for this sort of a move. This one. It was the same thing, was coming back. Earnings play was hit. It was hit. Okay, this is a new one that just showed up, guys. Lyra, Lyra. Now it's a little bit cheap for me to short, but let's take a look on the weekly chart. Where could it go? Yeah, I mean, it's 381. I mean, obviously, if I could short it at 410, and there are lots of shares available, Interactive Brokers, 1.23 million. And I knew it was going to get down to 380. Sure, 30 cents on a $4 stock. Awesome. I just don't know what's going to do that. So unbelievable. Still no news on this one, right? MNPR, other than just, okay. No, MNDR, sorry. MNDR. Other than the fact that, okay, everybody wants out now. It's amazing. 82%. We could probably say it was more amazing it did this, okay, because there was really no earthly reason for it to do what it did. But it did. Well, the IPO price was 4, right, William? I think it was 4, right? Oh, I don't have any more of this left, but the SVT continues to move down. There's probably nothing I can do about it, but I will do it. I'll pull up SMFL. Oh, I see what you mean. That's kind of weird. I thought maybe the chart was too small. Let me do another earnings. And did they release earnings pre-market 13? Oh, I see. Okay, so I saw how that flipped. I see what you mean. It's sort of flipping back and forth, right? Now, is that so? This is for earnings coming up. Have you got another one? Just out of curiosity. So now it's sitting there, but now it. Let me bring a new chart. I want to always have to now check to see if it's because it's in a dock or. And also, is it because it's this HTML? So a lot of things to check. So first of all, let me get rid of if I get rid of this, I'm not sure what, you don't get that announcement at all. Okay, that was part of the, That's part of the HTML. So you don't get that announcement at all if I get rid of it. So let me, hopefully it's not going to screw everything up. No, okay. But now let me get SMFL in the legacy chart. Okay, so it may depend on how big the chart is. Because you can see it's on the right of it. Actually, this is the normal chart. Sorry, this is a. Oh, just give me a moment, please. Guys, it's Grand Central Station here today. All right, so yeah, I don't know what to say. So now this is the. I'll get it to the browser interface. See if it happens. Yeah, so it seems that it's on the browser interface. I've never noticed because most of the stocks, I guess, I just never noticed this. I'll see if I can grab it when it does it. Okay. I got to grab it when it does it. There we go. Okay. I will. And just let them know. Very annoying, yeah. But let me just want to find one that is happening today. I want to see how. So where are the earnings today on this thing? Post market. So So you're saying SPT bounced right on schedule, okay? SPT, let's take a look at SPT. Um, well, I am becoming somewhat enamored with that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. So I want to see what happens here. If it can bounce through it, close above it, and then move. Or does it stall right there and then move down again? All right, gives me. I'm going to try to load CRISPR again. 534. Yeah, obviously it's for stocks having earnings in the future. Yeah, yeah, that is weird. Okay, so it's I've already notified our development team that that is an issue. So no, you're not. Yeah, just give me a moment, guys. Yeah, no, I was trying to download a program, and I want to do it. I want to download Crisp again, just in case that is okay to use, as long as I'm not using my music player. That was obviously so incredibly disruptive. Who knew? Well, yeah, look at GME. I cannot believe it. So GME, I don't see any news on this. I don't know if the memers have got a hold of this one again. GME, couple of nice days. I'd love to see it get up here, and then I'll short. It's not available now for shorting. There were shorts available this morning, but not available now. How's AMC doing? See if AMC is doing anything. Nope. See if the memers are getting a hold of GME again. Okay, I saw that. I'm sorry, John. I saw you mentioned that fresh earlier, FRSH. Um, maybe. I mean, it got up. I mean, it pulled back a lot. I mean, but it's trying to do the same sort of thing, isn't it? Got up to 14, $15. Holding that 10 SMA. I mean, this was an earnings play yesterday, and it had a great bounce. It took out the high of yesterday, 1477, but they came right all the way back down to 1382. Pretty erratic, but Arnaz, haven't seen this one for a while. Arnaz was a crazy one a while back, got up to $21. back down to 95 cents. Who knows? Maybe it's going to start to move off this. A lot of volume, 3.5 million shares, 6.5 in the float, so about half the float, little more than half the float is traded. If you get a day in which you get, the float really being traded, like multiple times, who knows? Maybe the RNAS crawls off the bottom and maybe tries to fill up this void anyway, the 450. And here's another one, PWP. Yeah, obviously it has earnings. But this was earnings today before the market opened. So it's not just ones in advance. This was earnings today before the market opened, and it is flipping back and forth. Okay. And this is the other chart, of course, it doesn't do that. All right, Cardiff, CRDF. This is a gap down and go now, but it's pretty cheap. Wow, the next low on the weekly chart is $1 away. Well, guys, if it continues like this, I may hang it up at around 2:30. William says he'll keep the room open until maybe 3:30, 3:15, 3:30. Trying to see what you said. Oh, 3:30 to 3:45. Okay. I may wrap up myself at 2:30 unless I start to see some action. I've got a ton of things to do. Oh, did you take it? PTVE. Let's see what it do. Gap down and reverse. PTVE 1355. I don't think it had a big move though, Chris. Did it? Or depends where you took it, of course. Maybe I talked about it earlier. Yeah, I'm talking to Chris in our YouTube room. There's out. There's a part of me that says you got out too early. I think it's got a little bit to do with the market, though. Okay, a little bit to do with what's happening with the market. If we get a nice little green bar popping through all that, see how that area held. Mike. Okay, guys, listen, I'm going to put myself on, what time is it now? 1:50. I'm going to put myself on mute. I'll pop back on. I'm trying to get this Chris, believe it or not, downloaded, and it seems to be crazy. So I'm on mute. I'll hop back on the mic if there's a question. Huh. So, YouTubers, can you hear me? Doesn't look like you got booted out. So, Chris, you asked a question. You may not be there anymore, but you asked a question earlier about Loco. If you're still there, Pepe. Okay, thank you. That's a good question, Trade 25. I assign you the task to find out what happened to MNDR, okay, and report back on Monday. It is amazing, though. No news that I can see other than just, okay, an insane amount of profit taking. The specialist is through suckering people in at high prices. That's your reason. Okay. Chris, okay. So you asked about Loco. When I looked at it, it just was flatlining. Yeah, still flatlining. So could go one way or the other. I mean, this has been flat for a long time now. Earnings play. Well, and they waited for the market to open somewhat at 10 o'clock. And then the big drop, the big halt opens down here. Man, man, oh man, guys, it is super slow right now for me anyway. You guys are talking about a spread, NIVF. So I mean, the spread changes though, right? I mean, the spread does change. I mean, right now it's a 3 cent spread at Interactive Brokers, but I mean, it could narrow to two. It could get to four or five. No, my computer did not like that reboot. So just looking at some of the flyers, Ben BANF. This is now. Well, you never know. I mean, there's that 10 SMA. If it gets through that, maybe it has a late day run. Maybe BENF. Highly risky, of course, but takes out maybe that $9 mark. It could get rocking again. If you're going to do it, I wouldn't take very many shares. Ah. All right, guys. Well, okay. One last look at my homepage before I take off for the day. Yeah, I don't really have a daily profit target, Tasha. Okay, I really don't have one. I mean, it's more, I'll stop trading if I've lost what I consider is my daily loss target, but I don't really have a daily profit target. Question in our YouTube room. What I do is if I, like if I get into one trade fairly early in the day, now again, for me, that could be after in the first half hour, after 15 minutes, and it does extremely well. Then what I tend to do is I may reduce my risk for the following trades if I find anything I want to trade. So in other words, if I've risked $1,000 on the first trade and it does well, maybe the next trade I risk 500, okay, or even something less. But it doesn't happen, but it would really have to do well, and that can happen. Of course, you get some. What if I'd been in BENF, right here, and it held it all the way up here? But no, I don't have a profit target. A daily profit target. I don't have a daily profit target. All right, guys. So I'm put in my homepage link. So if you click on the homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Here's a promo code you can use. Barry15, that'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription at some time in the future, please use my code. That will really help to keep the room free. When you use my code, the room gets credit for this subscription and it keeps the room free. Okay. Getting started or get started, 10 short videos. You must do that if you take out a subscription. Trading 101. If you are new to trading, this is a great series of videos. Michael Noss at Trader Days put all this together. Daily stock of the day video that I do. You can sign up for that. Trade of the week. You can sign up for that. That is free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. And then click here. Here are my scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay. Here are all the scans that I'm sharing. The ones that you can actually see, relative strength leaders from the close. I've just abbreviated it. It's over here. The halts resumes is here. But I have my other scans on my other monitors. And the reason I don't put them all on the one monitor, it'd be overwhelming. Okay, so I put them on other monitors, and you can have the 10-day daily breakdown, the breakouts, the combo scan. I would really recommend at least getting the combo scan and maybe the breakouts and breakdowns. And also having this one. And that will not overwhelm you with the number of trade or alerts you get. Wow. Yeah, unwinding. Yeah. But I thought the other one, the Sony Paramount, the Sony and not Paramount, Sony Apollo. Oh, Paramount rejects Skydance, Sony, and Apollo, or are they rejecting them all? Oh, neither of them will come to fruition. All right. Well, yeah, I thought it was. I thought they might be able to expand it. It was supposed to be today, right? Being over, but I thought they were going to try to extend it, but well, that has caused a lot of gyrations for people trying to time this. Yeah, I mean, the reason I don't set I'm talking to Sean, our YouTube room. The reason I don't set a profit target is, okay, what if I reach it? Does that, what if I reach it in the first hour? I mean, listen, if people want to set profit targets and that's good enough, that's fine. I just don't. All I do is if I don't have a target in mind. I really don't. But if I do very well on a couple of trades, then I'm going to probably reduce my risk for the balance of the day to not give it back. That's all. But if I see something I want, I'll certainly trade it. And there you go. William says virtually the same thing. I'm not sure I really have a profit target though. you know, but you just reduce size. Yeah, I don't really have a profit target. And I'm not saying, I mean, it's not a good thing or a bad thing to have one. At least I don't think so. I think it's definitely, you should have a profit loss target, if you will. Once you've lost a certain amount of money, shut off your computer. Because it's so easy to get into revenge trading, trying to make it all back. So Poe is, well, it's sometimes you feel some days you just feel like you can't miss. You just can't miss. So you do well in a couple of trades early and you make a lot of money or whatever. Well, you make money and you just feel like you're in the zone and you start going crazy. You can. And instead of sticking to and going crazy, meaning, you know what? I'm risking usually 500 share or $500 a trade. Man, I made the first two. I made a lot of money. I'm going to up it. I'm going to up it to 1,000 the next trade because this is a day I'm in the zone. I hope GME keeps moving higher. I hope it moves to, here's the 200-day moving average. So, I mean, this is just the memers, guys. There's no news on GME. GME has earnings in next month, about a month from now. So it's got nothing to do with that. Oh yeah, Sean, it's really the same. I just don't, I mean, it's human nature. If you make a bunch of money early, I think anyway, it's probably human nature just to, okay, I'm going to reduce my risk. I still have stops in place. I'm not afraid of trading, but I think, I'll just reduce my risk a bit in terms of the amount of money that I'm willing to risk on the trade. And, again, just proper stops, of course. Don't take anything I wouldn't normally do. Okay, guys, I'm probably going to take off at around 2:30. Okay, so I'll stick around if there are questions. I'll have no problem doing that. But if I don't see any questions coming in, I'll probably take off at around 2:30. Okay, which is in about which is in 30 minutes, in 3 minutes. You too, Shah. Well, this unit would have been a good all day short, guys. I think the alert happened around 5. It was over 5. It was up here. I want to say 5:20. Those of you with the gap, the daily breakdown, I've had to do a reboot, so I'm not seeing the first alert. I think it was around 5:20. Now it's at 4:52. But what was nice about it is that if that I think that was the alert up here. So it kind of based a bit, drop, another base a bit, drop. In other words, no big green candles to knock you out of the trade. All right, guys, I think that's it for me. So thanks again for all the help all week long. What I'll do for the YouTubers, I will put the link to get into the main room. So if you still want to talk about trading, etc., you can go to the main room. There's the link for it. William will keep the room open for another hour or so. He says to 3:30, maybe 3:45. Okay, depending on how much response there is, quite frankly. Okay, so there is the link for the YouTubers. I will now stop the screen sharing in the main room. And put myself on mute in the main room. And again, I'll be on the mic Monday morning at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. And now, YouTubers, I will shut you guys down.